And charm of Old Town Radio like never before.
Join us as we bring you a curated
rumble.com/c/GAR to see more videos like this.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to Yucatan with a man and woman who dare defy the curse of the ancient priests of Maya to find a hidden jungle shrine and millions in jewels and gold. As Les Crutchfield and Paul Pierce tell it in The Golden Snake.
It was mid-morning of the fourth day south from New Orleans when the rusty little freighter Carib Lady dropped a hook a mile off the port of Progreso and the broad-beam tender warped alongside. The port itself and the jungle peninsula of Yucatan beyond lay in steamy lethargy beneath an early blazing tropic sun. I was in a hurry. I wanted customs clearance as quickly as possible for myself and the helicopter I brought with me. Then I wanted a few bottles of that subtly bitter beer that they brew in Monterey. My mysterious employer, Dr. Conrad, was waiting at the Itza Hotel in Merida, 24 miles inland. But in heat like this, he could wait a few hours longer.
I beg your pardon.
Well.
I presume you're Stephen Lane.
Yeah, good presumption, you're right.
Well, I'm Gail Barry.
Hello, Gail.
I'm Dr. Conrad's secretary.
Oh? I begin to see how the jungle might have certain compensations.
Oh, you better slow down, Mr. Lane. You're going pretty fast, even for a pilot.
Helicopter pilot. Not so much on speed, but I do a lot of hovering, especially around green-eyed girls and cold bottles of beer. Would the former like to join me over the ladder?
I hope you can hang on to that sense of humor. You'll need it before this is over.
Before what's over?
A little late for curiosity, isn't it? You've already taken the job.
Yeah, sure. I was flat broke. When that $1,500 check of Conrad's went through the Miami bank like greased lightning, I pulled out my curiosity and cut its throat.
But now it's beginning to revive. Is that it?
I'm sorry, baby. I didn't know this was a state secret.
It isn't. You were hired to fly Dr. Conrad from Merida to a destination within a 200-mile radius and return for a fee of $5,000. What's secret about it?
Purpose of this trip, for one thing.
To visit ancient Mayan ruins buried in the jungle and only accessible by helicopter. Dr. Conrad is an archaeologist.
Must be a fairly profitable racket.
No, there's no profit in it at all.
No?
But, Steve, you said you were broke. Would a lot of money interest you? A lot more than $5,000?
How much more?
100 times that much.
Yeah? Yeah, I'd be interested. So?
Check through customs. And let's have that bottle of beer.
We had the beer, all right. But we didn't have any more conversation about money. Gail was beautiful, vivacious, and talkative, but on that subject, she clammed up tight. But at certain times and with certain people, money isn't everything. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon before we took off in the helicopter and flew south to Merida and Dr. Conrad.
You can look down from this balcony, Mr. Lane, and there lies the town of Merida, all silver in the moonlight. And you think it is nothing unusual, perhaps, but the town is Spanish, and beyond it is the jungle. And the jungle is still pure Mayan.
Unconquered, old, and wise. Yeah, I've heard that theory before, Dr. Conrad.
And you disagree with it, perhaps?
I don't know. I've been watching some of the natives around the hotel here this evening, and there is something about their expression or their eyes. I don't know.
Well, I've spent my life studying them, and I do know, Mr. Lane. The Mayans are one of the oldest and strangest races on the face of the earth. The jungle out there swallowed up their pyramids and their temples long ago, and the Spanish conquerors destroyed their records and writings. But they still speak the language and they still remember. I think it's something in their eyes, as you noticed.
About the trip that we're going on, is it to one of these ruined temples or pyramids?
Yes,
Where?
south and east, more or less, within 200 miles of here. We'll have to follow landmarks.
You've been there before, then?
Yes, there are no trails and no water. Snakes, army ants, fever. Average progress is 2 miles a day.
And I assume that the purpose of the trip is archaeological exploration?
Of course, Mr. Lane, I would have no...
Dr. Conrad, I checked the invoices for the equipment. They're all correct. I left them in your room.
Fine, thank you, Miss Barry. I'll sign them later.
All right, Dr. Conrad. I'll be in my room if you want me for anything. Good night, Mr. Lane.
Oh, good night, Miss Barry. Look, Dr. Conrad, I think it's about time you told me the real purpose of this trip. Huh?
But I did tell you. What makes you think that there
Look, $5,000 is too much money for a 3-day flying trip to look over some ruins. So?
Mr. Lane, can you keep your mouth shut?
That depends.
There'll be more in it than $5,000 if it goes all right.
Illegal, I suppose?
No, but dangerous. More dangerous than you can ever imagine.
What kind of danger?
From the Mayans. This involves a violation of the most sacred shrine in their history. The theft of their most sacred object. One they won't even admit exists.
Oh, treasure hunt, huh?
Not a hunt, Mr. Lane. I've seen the object. I know where it is.
Is, Miss Barry in on this?
She's merely the secretary of a scientific expedition. You and I are the only ones who know different.
What about the men who were with you before?
They were interested only in the ruins. They never saw the treasure.
Yeah, but they do know the location of the place.
No, Mr. Lane. Not anymore.
Why not?
Because all 4 of them are dead.
Yes, I can also tell you why Dr. Conrad didn't want to talk about it, Steve. It's because of that obsession of his, that fear of the Mayans and their vengeance.
Yeah, but you feel it yourself. You told me earlier.
No, not fear. Something else. Something deeper. Oh, Steve, please, get out of my room now. If Dr. Conrad found you in here, it would ruin everything.
Honey, look, if I'm going to play games, I've got to know the odds.
But I've already told you, Dr. Conrad had nothing to do with their deaths.
I know. 4 fatal accidents within a year. What kind of accidents?
Different kinds. The first one happened 6 months after the joint expedition. Dr. Bentley and the original pilot took off from Merida and crashed in the jungle 10 miles from town. They were both killed. The native guide got out with a broken leg.
I see.
2 months later, Dr. Pelton started overland through the jungle. A week out of Merida, he was bitten by a snake and died at one of the native Chicle camps.
And the other man?
His name was Dr. Blom. He tried to come north from Guatemala by canoe and was drowned when it capsized.
Oh, by himself, was he?
No. His native guide recovered the body.
Native guide. In every case, it was a Mayan native. In at the death, you might say.
Yes, that's what worries Dr. Conrad.
Look, were all of these men trying to get back to that same temple?
I think so.
Because of the treasure?
Probably. They knew they'd found the long-lost temple of Kukulkan, and they knew the legends.
All right. Where do you fit in?
What's the difference, Steve? You don't mind, do you?
Mine? I like it. I also like to know the score.
I'll do better by you than Conrad would. Much better.
All right, baby. I'll buy that. Only there's one thing. Conrad hasn't told this to anybody before. How did you find out?
From my father, Steve. Before he was drowned in a river in Guatemala. My real name is Blom.
Yeah, I'd figured. Even though she'd never been to Yucatan before, she'd learned enough Mayan history and legend from her father to worm her way into Conrad's employ. The treasure, whatever it was, belonged to her as much as to Conrad. And given halfway even odds, I'd rather play Gail's game any day in the week and twice on Sundays. I lay on the hammock in my room for an hour, I guess. The lamp out, the moonlight splotching silver patterns through the bamboo slats of the blinds. I smoked one cigarette after another while I tried to fit all the pieces into place. I was tired, but I'd had several drinks of Johnny Walker that I'd brought along, and I wasn't asleep, that's for sure. So I don't know why I didn't hear the door open.
Please do not be alarmed, Senor Lane.
What?
Lie still, make no outcry, and listen. You will not be harmed.
For some odd reason, I couldn't move. I couldn't cry out. It took great effort just to turn my head and look at him.
It is our desire to warn you because you are not aware of the thing you dare to do. Dr. Conrad knows, and he deserves no warning.
In the scattered moonlight, I could see very little of his face except the eyes. The eyes of a Mayan. They seemed very wise and 1,000 years old, like the eyes of newborn babies.
I say to you once, and only once, go not to the temple of Kukulkan.
There seemed to be a strange music playing far off.
The plumed serpent of gold must lie hidden for 5,000 years, and the time is not yet. To alter the time is to die.
For just an instant, the moonlight shifted, and I saw the golden band around his forehead, raised in the front and fashioned into the feathered head of a snake.
You have been warned, Senor Lane. I go.
Closing of the door seemed to break the spell, and I lunged for the pistol on the table beside my bed. Only it wasn't a bed, it was a hammer. Oh, confound it!
Senor Lane!
Oh.
Senor Lane, is anything wrong?
Oh!
Senor Lane!
Come on in!
I was passing along the hall. I heard a noise.
Who are you, anyway?
Rodolfo Moreno. I am the night clerk.
Look, did you see the man who came out of my door just before the noise?
What, senor? No one came out.
What?
Well, I was only a few feet away. The hall is well lighted.
But there was someone in here. I saw him. I heard him talking. He was a Mayan.
Senor Lane, sometimes one from the north requires a day or two for becoming accustomed to the tropics. And I must tell you, the beer in Mexico is a little more strong than you may think.
Oh, wait a minute.
So you sleep now, we talk about it mañana, eh? Buenas noches, senor. Buenas noches.
There wasn't much point in doing anything but follow the night clerk's advice. I couldn't very well go to Conrad and tell him a mysterious Mayan had come to my room to warn me. When the clerk had sworn he'd seen no one. I didn't see how Gail could help much. I didn't want to worry her without some definite reason. So, after a long time, I grew drowsy and fell asleep.
Senor Lane, wake up. What? It is I, Moreno. Wake up, senor.
All right. Wait a minute. What is it, Moreno? What's wrong?
Your friend, senor. Dr. Conrad. His heart, I think.
What? What do you mean?
Well, I hear him cry out. I go for help, but it was too late, senor. He is dead.
In just a moment, we will return you to the second act of Escape. But first, Molly Goldberg's warm-hearted approach to life has gotten her into mix-ups over and over. But this Saturday night, Molly really shoots the works. Molly and Jake have planned a motor trip to Florida. But when the people who've been invited to ride along get together, Grand Central Station couldn't hold them all. What happens to the trip? Be listening this Saturday night when the Goldbergs bring their warm, rich humor to most of these same CBS stations. And now, for the second act of Escape.
I went with the night clerk to Dr. Conrad's room. Met the local physician who'd been called to the hotel. Told him to go ahead with whatever arrangements were necessary. There seemed nothing else to do. Dr. Conrad had died in his bed, apparently unmolested. His room was undisturbed, and Moreno, who from his desk had a clear view of the length of the hall, said that no one had entered or left. Apparent cause of death, heart failure. But in a room a half hour later, Gail disagreed with such a simple verdict.
There was nothing wrong with his heart, Steve. He died of fright. Sheer fright. I know he did.
All right, honey, all right. But what caused the fright?
The Mayans. Maybe the same one you said came to your room.
No, I'm not sure whether anyone did or not. Maybe the night clerk was right. Maybe I imagined it.
He is a native, you know.
Another Mayan, huh? Well, I could have been dreaming. No, or drunk. I don't know.
It won't work, Steve. How could you have dreamed up the gold band he wore on his head? The same band worn by the high priest of Kukulkan 1,000 years ago.
I don't know. That's what gets me.
Had you even heard of the plumed serpent of gold before?
No.
Or the 5,000 years of hiding?
No, of course not.
They're all a part of Mayan legend, Steve. You had to learn them somewhere.
Gail, you said Conrad had an obsession. What about you?
I don't know. Before I came to Yucatan, I had only one idea. To get my share of that treasure one way or another. Mayan legends were nothing more than that. But down here, it's different. Things touch you somehow. Inside.
You mean you're scared, isn't that it?
Not exactly. It's something deeper. I don't know.
And against that something deeper, there are how many dollars?
Around 2 million, I think, from things Dr. Conrad let slip.
How did he plan to dispose of the thing?
Well, there's a buyer in Mexico City. No questions asked. Conrad wanted his name kept out of it.
Native vengeance again, huh?
Yes.
Look, will this buyer deal with us?
Of course. Why should he care who brings it?
Do you know the landmarks of the pyramid? This temple of Kukulkan?
Yes, but... Steve, I am not sure, but...
Look, honey, look. I've got a helicopter out there at the edge of town. Within 200 miles is a fortune for the taking. Baby, I've been broke too much of my life to back down from a few pipe dreams and a heart attack. How about it, baby, huh?
Oh, it's no fun to be broke.
Yeah, but it might be a lot of fun if we weren't.
You're awfully hard to resist.
Oh, I hope so, baby. Because I've got some other ideas, too, you know. What do you say?
Oh, if I said no, I'd be a fool, I suppose.
Well, then don't say it. We'll both be over the jitters by morning. And one thing, we won't have to worry about accidents. Our expedition won't have any Mayans along.
Oh, Steve. I told you Dr. Blom was my father. He met my mother in Mexico City. She died right after I was born. But she came originally from Yucatan. And she was a Mayan.
Can you tell now, Gail? Are you sure this is it? We won't land if you're not.
I think so. There's the old stone roadbed in the jungle to the south. The pyramid runs southeast, northwest. The temple ruins are at the north. The jungle has grown up over the west slope. All the landmarks check, Steve. This is it.
All right, honey, hang on. We're going down. The Mayans didn't know it, but when they built these pyramids flat top, they were getting ready for the helicopters. We're down.
It's terribly quiet, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah, especially after hearing that egg beater for the last 3 hours. Well, may as well have a look. Come on, jump, baby. I'll give you a hand.
Thanks.
Well, they've certainly let the old place run down.
It's lain here like this for more than 1,000 years, Steve. Full moons and dark moons, rains, lightning, sun and wind. Nothing moving. Only the jungle, growing and creeping up over it.
Hey, now, baby, relax.
We shouldn't have come here at all. We are only interlopers, strangers, not wanted.
Well, maybe they'll like us better when we're rich, huh?
There's no use joking about it, Steve. I think you feel it, too. We are in some terrible danger here, some kind we've never known before. It's like we're being watched. Only there are no watchers.
Well, not unless you count that parrot there in the lianas.
A parrot. A feathered bird. A feathered snake.
Now, look, Gail, look, we've talked this all out. We're here now. We're going to go through with it. I admit that I feel just as... Well, this morbid talk of yours isn't helping anything.
I'm sorry, Steve. I feel so strange. Oh, it's just nerves. Forget it.
Okay, baby. It's a deal. Come on. Let's go find that cave. Gail had learned from Dr. Conrad that the treasure lay in a chamber inside the pyramid. reached by a tunnel which opened somewhere along the west face. And the length of rope he'd specified in the equipment, we knew about how far down the west face. So we started working our way along at that level. Gale carried the rope, flashlights, and a hacksaw, while I swung a machete against the lush growth of jungle that made every yard of progress a measure of hard work and sweat. It was late afternoon before I slashed through a green thicket of banana palms and saw it before me. Black and forbidding. Framed in hieroglyphic stone was the squat, square mouth of the tunnel. Its floor was paved with bricks velveted in green moss, undertrodden for centuries. A cool draft floated out against the jungle heat, inviting and repelling. Gale and I looked at one another for a long moment, saying nothing. And then, flashlights in hand, we walked into the tunnel. Careful, honey, careful. The ceiling is low in places.
I'm watching, Steve. There may be snakes.
Our boots ought to protect us. Seems to be widening out a little.
I think maybe... Yes. There's a room right ahead, Steve.
Good, good. Wonder if there's anybody home.
Steve, don't joke, please.
No, I'm sorry, honey. Here we are.
Oh, it's a big room.
Yeah. I'll say it is, and I wonder where it's...
Steve! Swing your light over there. Look.
On a raised stone dais in the center of the cave, gleaming and glittering in the blaze of our lights, was a great figure wrought in plates of pure gold. A massive golden snake studded and jeweled with feathers of cut emerald.
Steve, it's Kukulkan, the plumed serpent of gold.
$2 million, baby. 3 million is closer, maybe 4. Why, the gold alone and those emeralds.
Let's go now. Now, Steve, before it's too late.
It must weigh a ton. Now I see why Conrad included hacksaws in the equipment. Here, honey, you owe my light.
What are you going to do?
Old money bags has to be cut up before we can pack them out. May as well see how much of a job it'll be.
Steve! No!
Yeah, what's the matter?
There's something here. Something old and wise and powerful. It's watching us. I can feel it.
Oh, now wait, baby, don't...
Anyway, it's really too late to do anything today. We've seen it now, Steve. Let's leave it just the way it is. Just until tomorrow. It's almost dark now. Please. Please, Steve.
All right, Gale, all right. Come on, let's get out of here. I pitched our camp on the level top of the pyramid, not far from the helicopter. Spread our sleeping bags and built a fire in a pile of stones. It was dark by the time we'd eaten, and a round full moon flooded the ruins and the miles of empty jungle with an eerie light. I lay back and I watched Gale sitting across the fire from me, staring into the strange night, lost in her own thoughts. An odd thing had happened while I was gathering rocks for the fireplace. I lifted a large flat stone and found under it a golden band like the one worn by the Mayan who'd come to my room. Gale had put it on her head without a word, and it fit perfectly. She still wore it, and now and then the polished gold caught flashes of light from the fire and from the moon. It was very late when I drifted off to sleep. It must have been a sound that woke me, but I think it was the odor that seeped into my sleep. That was it, the odor, pungent, aromatic, and for a moment, unidentifiable. And then I came suddenly awake, saw by the fire's embers that Gale's sleeping bag was empty. I sprang to my feet. At the moment, I recognized the odor of raw gasoline. Saw the dark surface of the helicopter glistening and wet in the moonlight, and saw Gale walking toward it with a flaming stalk of dry thatch in her hand. Gale! Gale, what are you doing? No, stop it! She paid no attention, stood like a sleepwalker watching the burning plane she'd set afire, the golden band gleaming on her forehead. Then I was running, stumbling headlong toward her. Gale! Gale, come back, Gale! She didn't hear me. She moved slowly away, looking towards something that I couldn't see beyond the fire. Nor did I see the vine that caught my foot and sent me crashing onto the sharp rock. I lay there on the ground, unable to move, half blinded by concussion. By the blood that ran into my eyes, I tried to call out again and could make no sound. I could see Gail moving away past the burning plane, swaying as she walked, trance-like and alien. I seemed to hear again the weird music of Merida far off somewhere in the night. And then, in truth or in delirium, in the shadows, past the fire, I saw them. Saw them waiting for Gail. They were clothed in white, and their eyes were Mayan, wise and old and powerful. And on each forehead gleamed a golden band, the high priests of Kukulkan.
Senor, you feel better now, no?
Better? I don't know. Who are you?
Only a poor farmer, senor.
Farmer? Where am I?
In my casa, senor. You have been very ill from a bad wound to the head.
But how did I get here?
3 days ago, you come from the jungle, fell at my door. I take care of you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Sometimes you fight with me, say crazy words. But I know it is only the head is broken.
I was running. I fell against a rock. I just can't remember much after that.
No matter, senor. Tomorrow I take you to Merida.
To Merida? But how can you?
But so simple. In my cart with the burro. It is only 7 miles.
7 miles? But I was 200 miles from here.
Quien sabe, senor. 3 days ago you come out from the jungle.
Tell me something. Are you a Mexican?
Pues, senor, I am a citizen of Mexico, but by birth, I am Mayan.
I have flown 5 times since into Yucatan, into the dark lands and the uncharted jungles. I've searched through tumbled ruins, moss-grown, rotted. I've built fires on ancient pyramids at night and cried aloud to the silent moon. But never again found the temple of Kukulkan, nor the plumed serpent of gold, nor a beautiful girl named Gail. And I know I never will.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented The Golden Snake, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield from an original story by Paul Pierce. Featured in the cast were Anthony Barrett as Steve Lane, Jeanette Nolan as Gail Berry, and John Hoyt as Dr. Conrad. Also heard were Rick Vallon, Harry Bartell, and Paul Freese. Special music arranged and played by Ivan Ditmars. Next week...
You are stranded on the Yangtze River, 1,500 miles from Shanghai, and in the midst of all the displaced humanity of China, somehow you have been marked for destruction from which there is no escape.
Next week, we escape with an exciting tale of fear, intrigue, and danger on one of the most colorful rivers of the world, as John and Gwen Bagni tell it in The Shanghai Document. CBS famous anti-crime series Gangbusters presents a real-life police story, The Case of the Wise Young Owl, this Saturday night. Remember to be tuned in to CBS, where Arthur Godfrey's digest of wit and humor is heard every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. This evening, the Cavalcade of America will bring you a series of 4 weekly musical half hours featuring one of radio's distinguished conductors, Don Voorhees and his orchestra. This evening, the evolution of dance music in America. These programs, illustrating the development of interesting phases of American music, will be another chapter in the summer series of the Cavalcade of America in Music, presented by DuPont. An interesting feature of each program will be a brief story of chemical research, illustrating the DuPont phrase, better things for better living through chemistry. Dancing nation. From the days when the old fiddler concertina played for the rollicking barn dance to the present day with its hundreds of polished dance orchestras beating out their rhythms on roof gardens high up toward the clouds. Dance music of today gives us a smooth pattern of restful tone colors or a brilliant flash of rhythmic design, lights and shadows, a variety of arresting effects. Phonograph and radio have made the varying styles of different dance orchestras familiar to Americans from coast to coast. How did it all happen? Let us turn the calendar back to the 1880s and look in on an old-fashioned square dance to the tune of Turkey in the Straw. In 1906, a new operetta opened. Victor Herbert wrote the music, and it was full of infectious melodies. One of them seems to typify the life of that day and the perpetual popularity of that most romantic of all dances, the waltz. In Old New York, remember it? But even then, the tempo of life was increasing. America was in a hurry to advance. The business panic of 1907 came and went. That same year, the Lusitania made its maiden voyage, and the Merry Widow came to America from Vienna. The Nickelodeon movie house came into vogue. Bert Williams was in the Ziegfeld Follies, and women began to smoke. But the waltz was still the favorite dance. Sentiment was still the leading characteristic of the songs and spirit of the time. And then something happened. In New Orleans in 1909, and it marked the beginning of dance music as we know it today. They played with gyrations. They shook, twisted, swayed. The listener's head was dizzy, but his feet understood and beat time. It was crude, perhaps, but its rhythm was arresting and its spirit catching. It had vitality and sincerity. It was peculiarly American. For some time, the Dixieland Jazz Band was not widely known. But in 1912 in New York, something else happened. Irving Berlin, 23-year-old songwriter of Tin Pan Alley, wrote Alexander's Ragtime Band. Nothing like its syncopated jubilance had ever been heard before. Its new rhythm insinuated itself into the life of America with a bang. Shoulders started swaying. The Lobster Palace of Diamond Jim Brady fame came to an end, where every restaurant had to provide dance music with meals and dining became incidental. The haunting strains of Alexander's Ragtime Band were heard everywhere. It was the song of the hour. The dance craze was on. Alexander's Ragtime Band started it. America literally went dance crazy. It seemed as if no one could dance enough. Dance orchestras sprung up everywhere. Many strange variations in dance steps came into fashion. Turkey trot, bunny hug, grizzly bear, one-step, fish walk, and foxtrot. Two celebrities emerged from this dancing whirl, Irene and Vernon Castle, whose charm and graceful dancing made them idols of the day. Meanwhile, the Dixieland Jazz Band journeyed from New Orleans to Chicago, where the crowds went wild. From there to San Francisco, where they also created a sensation. But the Dixieland had never been to New York, and New York had never heard anything quite like it. And yet New York was supposed to set the styles. The Dixieland Jazz Band finally came east and was engaged by Rice and Weber's Cafe. Let's look in at Rice and Weber's in New York on the evening when the Dixieland Jazz Band is to be introduced to New York for the first time. There's an unmistakable air of excitement and pleasant anticipation. Every table is filled, and mostly with celebrities. We hear a couple talking at one of the tables.
Waiter,
Yes,
please.
sir. This way, please. Table.
Well, darling, isn't it about time for them to introduce the Dixieland Jazz Band?
Yes, they're coming on the stand now. I hear it's great music.
Oh, I can hardly wait. Oh, I bet it's wonderful for dancing.
Well, I hope so. I never saw such a turnout. Why, every celebrity in town is here.
Oh, look, the manager's going to make an announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce to you the greatest dance music you've ever heard, the Dixieland Jazz Band, for its first appearance in New York. These boys started something when they began several years ago in New Orleans. They went to Chicago, became the talk of the town, then San Francisco. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Rice and Weber's in New York. Get ready to dance, ladies and gentlemen, the Dixieland Jazz Band.
Well, dear, shall we dance?
Well, no, wait a minute. I don't want to be the first on the floor.
Well, somebody has to start. Come on.
Well, I don't know. I'm kind of scared.
Well, anybody who likes to dance as much as you do,
Yes, but I never heard music like this before. I wouldn't know how to dance to it. You wouldn't either.
Well, I admit it.
But look, there isn't a soul on the dance floor.
Yeah, no one's even smiling.
Oh, that's too bad. After all we've heard, and I thought it would be such a success.
And everyone looks bewildered.
Bewildered? Huh. Look at the manager. He looks as if he lost his last friend.
Yes, he looks frantic.
And you blame him.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, you don't understand. This is jazz. It's meant to be danced to. Try it and you'll see. Now, someone started. Please. I'll even dance myself. Here we go. All right, boys. Maybe it was because the guests felt sorry for the manager. Maybe it was because someone laughed. Whatever it was, the crowd at Rice and Weber's that night danced as they had never danced before. Jazz had hit New York, and New York loved it. While this was going on, something was happening out in California. A young man named Paul Whiteman had organized an orchestra and was playing at the Alexandria Hotel in Los Angeles. He believed that jazz was the soul of America, and he gave himself the job of taming it, refining it to bring out the beauty he felt sure was there. he and his orchestra came east for an engagement at the Ambassador in Atlantic City. They didn't cause much of a stir, and they might have packed up and gone home. A representative of the Victor Talking Machine Company hadn't happened to lunch at the Ambassador one day in 1920. Paul Whiteman was given a 2-year contract to make Victor records. And that was the beginning of a cyclonic series of happenings. New York, and an engagement at the Palais Royal, the largest cafe in town. Pictures in the papers, theater engagements, fame. Paul Whiteman revolutionized jazz. It became a thing of beauty and charm, full of infinite variety. With it came a refinement of dance steps. The names that make news all flocked to the Palais Royal to hear the new jazz. In 1920, people everywhere were rolling back their rugs and dancing to Paul Whiteman's famous phonograph record of Whispering. Whiteman set the pace, and dance music became steadily more musical and more interesting. Something was always happening. New rhythms and new dances were constantly springing up. Remember back in 1925? The Charleston? Orchestras began to produce soloists with individual styles. Men such as Bix Beiderbecke on the trumpet, Eddie Lang on the guitar, and Joe Venuti on the fiddle, Miff Mole on the trombone, Frank Trumbar on the saxophone, Jack Teagarden, the Dorsey Brothers, Benny Goodman, our conductor Don Voorhees, and many others. They brought forth and popularized a new kind of rhythm, elusive yet fascinating. It was characterized by an easy swing and great spontaneity. Here's the way it sounded when the boys played Nobody's Sweetheart.
1930. Sweet music. Maybe the late Depression had something to do with it. When the mad pace of 1929 eased down, dancers wanted their music slow and easy. Rudy Valley and Guy Lombardo arrived on the scene, and Hoagie Carmichael's beautiful tune, Stardust, was the hit of the day. And then America borrowed a Cuban rhythm and made it one of the popular pastimes of the day, the rumba. Vincent Youmans composed a new one, called it the Carioca, and Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers danced to it in the picture Flying Down to Rio. And the dance music of the day is swing. Nobody knows just what it is, but everybody recognizes it. And the followers of swing are an ever-increasing number. Many people think it's new, but swing has been with us a long time. It just wasn't called that until recently. There's a character of improvisation, but it follows definite patterns. The tune is Stompin' at the Savoy. Swing it, Don boys. But there is one dance that is ageless, always in style. It was popular in the day of the polka and the square dance. It was unshaken by ragtime. It lived through the 1920s. And it's still a favorite in today's era of swing. For after all, what could be nicer than dancing to the strains of a beautiful waltz? Move out to a Midwestern farm, which is the setting for our story of chemistry this evening. It is early spring, and Billy Bruce, son of the owner and a recent graduate of the State Agricultural College, is talking with his grandfather.
You and your newfangled ideas about chicken raising,
Well, all right, Grandpa. If you don't believe my ideas are practical and won't even realize that they've been worked out and proved at college experimental stations, well, let's have a contest.
A what?
Contest. You know, the winner gets a new hat from the loser.
Well, now, I could do with a new hat. What's your idea, Billy?
Well, look. You take 100 of those new chicks and care for them your way, see?
Yeah?
The way you've always done.
Yep, I see.
And I'll take 100 chicks and care for them the way I've been taught.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of 12 weeks, we'll let a third person judge the chicks and decide who wins.
You're on, Billy. And make a note of my hat size. 7 1/4.
Grandpa did not win the hat. At the end of the 12 weeks, he had lost 18 of his chicks, and the 82 still living averaged only 1 1/4 pounds each and were unthrifty and poorly feathered. Billy lost only 6 chicks, and the 94 still living averaged about 3 pounds each. They were husky and well-grown. And Billy went right on with his newfangled methods to win a fall and winter contest, too. Caring for 100 laying hens the way he'd been taught, Bill got an average of 14 eggs per hen per month, while Grandpa got only 7. And a large part of Billy's success must be credited to chemical research. One of the modern scientific aids to poultry raising which Billy used is a non-breakable, semi-transparent window material made by coating wire screen with a plastic solution. DuPont's name for this product is Celloglass. Unlike ordinary glass, Celloglass permits the passage of ultraviolet rays from the sun, a vital factor in growth, health, and egg production. And that's why it is being used on well over 1 million farms today. But chicks aren't the only benefactors. If you have a garden of any kind, DuPont Celloglass can help you outwit Jack Frost either in the spring or fall and get earlier, sturdier plants. Celloglass is also widely used for decorative lighting effects and in electrical signs and displays, both indoors and out, because it diffuses light and takes colored decoration so readily. It comes in rolls, is easy to handle, can't break like glass, yet provides warmth and light and gives protection from rain and snow. In fact, it's ideal for storm doors and storm windows in farm homes. If you own a farm, or just have flower or vegetable gardens to care for,
we suggest that you ask your garden supply, hardware, or lumber dealer about inexpensive DuPont cello glass. This product is only one of the numberless contributions that chemical science has made and is making to give us all, as DuPont expresses it, better things for better living through chemistry. Next week at the same time, the Cavalcade of America in Music, presented by DuPont, will bring you another program with Don Voorhees and his orchestra, this one to be the tuneful development of American musical comedy and operetta. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I didn't steal the money. I just wanted to use it for a few days. I was going to put it back, but things went wrong. Now there's going to be a change of ownership. That means an early audit.
Sunday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the tale of the accounting. Tom Bradford is a middle-aged rancher living a few miles out of town. Tom has married a widow with a grown son named Ralph, who is inclined to be shiftless and lazy. Tom resents this because times are difficult and he's short of help. He further resents the fact that the boy has married a girl from the town and brought her to live with them. They've been here for 2 months now, and Tom has grown crabby and unpleasant.
You know the way conditions are, Mary. Just can't get any help in this ranch. It's too much for me to handle alone.
I know, Tom, but Ralph doesn't know anything about a ranch. Ralph was raised in the city.
He can learn, but he's too lazy. All he does is sit around and read magazines.
But he's a delicate sort of boy. He always has been.
Well, let him go out and do a little work, and he won't be so delicate. You've made a baby out of him.
I've done no such thing. If Ralph were able to help you, I'd be the first one to ask him to do it.
Oh, if he amounted to anything, he wouldn't have to be asked. I wish the Army would take him.
They deferred him because he wasn't strong enough.
Well, he's not too weak to do a little something around here. And that wife of his, that Vera, she's worse than he is. She could do something. All she does is dress herself up in baby Ralph's.
She loves him.
Never washes a dish because it might ruin her hands. She can't cook. She can't do a thing. I don't like her.
I think Vera's a nice girl.
And I can do without her being here.
You mean you don't want her here?
That's exactly what I mean.
But if she left, that would mean that... Why, Ralph wouldn't stay here without Vera.
Then they can both go.
Do you know what you're saying? Ralph is my son.
I don't care who he is. He can get out and shift for himself. And take that scheming little brat of a wife with him.
Oh, you're just upset, Tom. You'll feel different about things in a few days. You must try to control yourself.
Mary, before they came here, you and I got along very nicely. But since they've come, we've had nothing but arguments and hard feelings. Ralph and Vera are constantly stirring up trouble. Naturally, you take Ralph's side. You can't see his faults because you're his mother. But at the same time, you're his worst enemy.
Tom, how can you say such a thing?
I know what I'm talking about, and I've made up my mind they've got to go.
Go where? What will they do?
Well, let Ralph figure it out. Let him get a job.
A job? What can he do?
A lot of things. He's not that helpless.
Oh, but Tom, please, you don't understand.
I understand, all right, and that's final. He and Vera can get out in the morning.
Very well. I'll tell them. And perhaps I should go, too. Is that what you want?
Oh, now, don't be ridiculous, Mary. I didn't say that.
I thought you loved me. I never dreamed you could be like this.
I'm not being mean, Mary, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. You going to tell them, or shall I?
Yes, Tom, I'll tell them.
Very well. I'm very tired. Good night, Mary.
Yes?
Ralph, darling, it's Mother. May I come in?
Oh, yes, Mother.
Sorry to disturb you so late, but I have to talk to you and Vera.
Oh, yeah? What's the matter?
Well, it's about Tom.
What about him?
Well, I don't know how to say it.
Say what? What's wrong with him?
I don't know. He just isn't himself. You know how terribly upset he's been lately.
Yeah.
But he doesn't understand, Ralph. He just doesn't understand.
Understand what?
He doesn't understand you. You and Vera.
What's wrong with me?
Nothing, Vera. It's just Tom. He's in one of those spells. He doesn't like anything or anybody.
You mean he saw it?
Yes, Ralph. He's terribly upset.
Well, what have I done?
Well, he thinks you're lazy. He's angry because you won't help him around the ranch.
What? Oh, that's silly. What do I know about a ranch? Nothing.
I told him that, but he said you could learn.
Well, I wouldn't last half a day doing this kind of work. I'm not the type.
He's terribly unreasonable. He refuses to see it that way.
Well, oh, to heck with him, then.
I'm lazy, too. Is that what he thinks?
Yes, Vera. I'm terribly sorry and embarrassed.
We aren't farmers. I'm not going to let Vera tend those confounded chickens, and I'm not going to milk any cows.
Ralph.
What does he think I am?
Please, Ralph, don't get excited.
Well, if he feels that way about me, I'll get out.
What? You'll do no such thing. We'll stay right here till I get ready to leave.
Ralph, darling, Tom wants you to leave in the morning.
What? Well, of all the nerve. This is your house, too, isn't it?
Yes, but, Ralph, if you stay here, you'll have to work, and I don't want you to have to do that. You couldn't stand it. It wouldn't be good for you.
Well, you mean you want us to leave?
No, I don't want you to. But I've thought it all over, and I think you'd better go into town. But don't worry, I'll see that you get along all right.
How? Well, I'll have to get a job.
Well, maybe you can find something to do, something light.
What a fine mess.
I'm sorry, darling. But you better go in the morning.
Go? I wouldn't stay around here another day.
Well, I know bookkeeping. Maybe I could get a job in the bank. That isn't such hard work.
No, but don't worry, darling.
I won't.
Good night.
The next morning after breakfast, Ralph and Vera leave the ranch and go into town. A few days later, Ralph obtains a job in the bank. Then, after a month or so, he is promoted from the adding machine to the teller's cage. Now, 2 months more have passed, and the young teller in the next cage steps into Ralph's compartment.
Busy, Ralph?
Huh? Oh, no, Herb. I was just...
How are things going?
All right, Herb.
Yeah? Seem to be having some trouble, Ralph.
Trouble? What do you mean?
Oh, I don't know. You looked a little worried. I thought maybe you were having a bit of difficulty making things balance.
What do you mean? No, I'm not having any trouble. What gave you that idea?
Well, I've been off a few cents a couple of times, and believe me, I know what it means. Why, I've worked all night, several times, trying to find what happened to 2 cents. I know how it feels.
Yeah? Did you find it?
Well, I didn't find the 2 cents, but I found the error in my figures.
Well, I haven't found the error in my figures.
Haven't you? Well, that's good.
What would be wrong with my books?
Why, I didn't say anything would be wrong. I just thought you looked a bit worried. Thought maybe I could help you.
I don't need any help. I'm quite able to take care of my responsibilities.
Good. Glad to hear it. By the way, have you heard the news?
What news?
This bank is being taken over by a system and is to become one of its branches. You know what that means?
No, what's it mean?
It means a complete audit before the end of this month. That isn't very far away. About 15 days.
Yeah?
I just thought you'd want everything in order. I know I would.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the information.
You're welcome, Ralph.
For a few moments, Ralph stands in a stupor. Perspiration stands out in large beads on his forehead. For the next hour, he studies over his books frantically. Then, when closing time comes, he rushes home.
Hello, darling. Oh, you've no idea how much I've missed you all day.
Yeah?
Kiss me.
Yeah.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
Well, I'm certainly disappointed.
What about?
You come in like this with a long face and look at the lovely dinner I fixed for you.
I'm not very hungry, Vera. I got a headache.
Oh, poor darling. You eat something and then I'll rub your head for you.
No, I don't want anything. Let me alone, please.
Ralph, what on earth is wrong with you?
Nothing's wrong with me. Shut up.
How dare you talk to me like that? Who do you think you are?
I'm sorry, darling. I'm just upset. I'm all on edge.
What about?
Just my nerves.
It's more than nerves. Why don't you tell me what's happened?
Who said anything had happened?
I can tell. Have you lost your job?
No.
Is that fellow you lost $50 to in that poker game threatening you? Is that it?
Look, Vera, I'm in a spot. I don't know what to do. The bank is changing hands, and there'll be an audit before the end of the month.
Well, what of it? What's that to do with the poker player?
Oh, nothing. I paid him off, but it wasn't $50.
Wasn't 50? What was it?
$2,000.
$2,000?
I didn't lose it all at once, but I tried to make back what I'd lost, and I only got in deeper.
Then if you lost $2,000, how did you pay him off?
I borrowed it from the bank.
How could you borrow $2,000 from the bank?
I took it.
What?
Yes, but I was sure I could put it back before the end of the month. Now I'm worried. I don't know what to do. If I don't put it back before the audit, I'll get caught and sent to prison.
Where are we going to get $2,000?
I don't know, but there must be some way, some place to get it.
How about your mother? She'd give it to you. Tom has money.
He doesn't like us.
No? Well, maybe we could make him like us. At least we could try. Let's drive over there. This is Saturday afternoon, and next Monday is a legal holiday. Let's drive over and see what we can do.
All right. Least we can do is try. We'll go.
Ralph and Vera drive to the ranch. And as they go up to the porch, they hear Tom arguing in a loud voice with another man just around the corner of the house. They slip to the edge of the porch and listen.
All right. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I've given you all the time I can, Miller. You've been on that piece of land for 2 years now, and you haven't paid $1 beyond the down payment. But
I've tried my best to make it pay. I've worked hard.
Oh, you haven't done a thing. You know what you are? You're just one of those lazy subsistence farmers. Just grow enough to eat and let it go at that.
That's a lie, Bradford.
Oh, is it? I'm foreclosing tomorrow. There's a lot of money tied up in that land, and I need it.
Well, so have I. Every cent I have is there.
I want you out of there by tomorrow.
But look here. My wife is sick. I can't leave now. I won't.
Oh, can't you? Won't you? Well, you'd better be out by noon, Miller.
Well, you just try it. I just as soon kill you as look at you.
What did you say? Get out of there. Get out of there!
I'll go. But you just remember what I said.
Wow. What do you think of that?
Come on. Let's go on in and talk to your mother.
Tom's going to have a stroke one of these days. He's been warned about those fits of temper.
Might be a good thing for everybody if something did happen to him.
Yeah? Maybe so.
Oh, hello, Ralph, darling. I didn't expect you down today.
He has an extra day off, so we thought we'd come down.
Did you hear Tom arguing with that fellow Miller just now?
Yes, I heard them.
Tom better not play around with Miller. He's a tough-looking customer.
Tom gets worse every day. He rants and raves at the least little thing. Hasn't spoken to me civilly for weeks. I can't stand it here any longer. I'm glad you came because I'm going back with you.
Going back? Leaving Tom?
I've got to. He's unbearable.
Oh, but, Mother, you can't leave him. That is, not just now.
Why not?
Well, you've got to put up with him for a while longer because
Why don't you tell her, Ralph?
Ralph, what is it? What's happened?
Ralph is in trouble. He needs some money.
Oh, darling, what's happened? Tell Mother.
Well, I borrowed some money from the bank. I have to pay it back before the end of the month.
How much?
$2,000.
What? Good heavens. Well, if you can't pay it back now, they'll have to extend it. They can't do anything else.
Oh, yes, they can.
They'll send him to jail.
You see, they didn't know I borrowed it.
Ralph, darling. You mean you stole it?
No, I didn't steal it. I was just wanted for a few days. I was going to pay it back, but things went wrong, and now there's going to be a change of ownership. And that means an audit.
He's got to have the money right away.
But what can I do? I haven't any
You've
such...
got to get it from Tom. You've got to.
But Tom needs every cent he has to hold on to this place.
Well, you can ask him. You've got to do something. Do you want Ralph to go to the penitentiary?
Good heavens, no.
Then hurry up and talk to him.
But what'll I say?
Oh, you'll think of something. Go on in and talk to him.
But do you think this is the time?
Well, I'm desperate. I need that money in one way or another. I'm going to get it.
Oh, yes. Yes, darling, don't get excited. It isn't good for you. I'll talk to him now.
He just came in the back way. We'll wait in here.
Yes, all right. Oh, Tom, look at your face. It's flaming red.
Huh?
You shouldn't let yourself get so worked up over things.
Miller's a lazy, good-for-nothing fool. Well, he knows I mean business. He'd better be gone by tomorrow noon.
Oh, he'll go. Don't worry.
Huh. Even threatened to kill me.
Please, Tom, forget about it. Come on, dear, sit down. Your lunch is ready.
Don't really need that land. Just that I can't tolerate shiftless, irresponsible people. That place is worth $5,000. Miller paid $750 down, been on it 2 years, and hasn't paid a dime since.
Tom, dear, I need some money.
Yes? Well, that's not unusual. Hand me the checkbook. By the way, I've got a list of things you can get from me in town. How much do you want, Mary?
I want to borrow some money, Tom.
Since when do you have to borrow money?
Well, I want to borrow it.
That's ridiculous. Borrow it. Huh. Now, how much do you want?
$2,000.
$2,000? Are you crazy?
No, Tom, I need $2,000.
What could you possibly need that would cost that much? You certainly have everything that... Wait a minute. What are you getting at, Mary?
Please, Tom. Please lend it to me. I'll pay it back, I promise.
How? Just how would you pay it back? You have no earning capacity.
Well, I know, but Ralph has. He could
Ralph?
pay...
Ah, I thought it was something like that. What's he got up his sleeve?
He needs $2,000 right away.
Oh, he does. Well, what for? What's he done?
Why, nothing, but he has an opportunity to... Well, it's a business proposition.
Do you expect me to believe that? What's he done? Something at the bank?
Well...
Quit stalling. Did he borrow from the bank and forget to tell them about it?
Yes. Oh, Tom, please let me have it. They might send him to jail.
Jail? Oh, no, not Ralph. Why, he couldn't stand it.
Please, Tom, please. He's so young. He didn't realize what he was doing.
Let him go to jail. Maybe they'll teach him that the world wasn't made for him alone.
Oh, you don't mean that, Tom.
Don't I? I knew he was no good from the first day he came here, and that snip of Avera's worse. She probably put him up to it.
Please help us, Tom, please.
I wouldn't give a dime to help him. He belongs in jail. As far as I'm concerned, that's just where he'll go.
Oh, Tom, please.
Give to him.
Tom, listen to me. Oh, Ralph, darling. He refused. He won't help me.
I heard of the stingy old crab.
So he doesn't like me, eh? Well, he should know what I think about him. I could stick a knife between his ribs. And, well,
Yeah? You really could?
yes.
What are you saying? What are you thinking?
Nothing, Mother, nothing. I'm just thinking Tom isn't in very good health. He ought to be careful about those rages. He's likely to die in one of those spells.
Yes. That would be too bad.
Has Tom any living relatives?
No.
Well, I hope for your sake, Mother, that he's kept up on that insurance policy.
But he has.
Let's see now. How much was that? $50,000, wasn't it?
Yes.
That's a lot of money. Oh. But we mustn't talk like this. Mother would feel terrible if Tom should... Well, after all, he's her husband. She loves him.
Yes. Yes, of course.
But you'll have to face it sooner or later. He's getting along in years.
On the other hand, he may live a long time yet. Who knows?
Yeah. I'd be afraid of that Miller after the threats we heard him make.
Ralph, darling,
Yes, Mother? What were you going to say?
Nothing. I wasn't going to say anything.
Come on, Vera. Let's get our things out of the car.
Tom goes into town and arranges for the eviction papers to be served on Miller. He returns late that evening and goes straight to bed. The night passes and morning comes. Tom, being an outdoor man, is usually up before sunrise. But this morning, only Mary, Ralph, and Vera appear for breakfast. Finally, Mary, becoming worried, goes to Tom's room and knocks. He does not answer. She opens the door and screams in horror. There on the bed lies Tom, stabbed in the heart.
Well, he's been dead since about midnight. Bedroom window was open, but we can't find the weapon.
Why, he probably took it with him, Sheriff.
Who?
Well, that fellow Miller. He must have done it.
How do you know that?
Well, he was here yesterday afternoon, and he and Tom had a terrific argument. Tom was evicting him, and Miller threatened to kill Tom.
Anybody else hear him say that?
Yes. I heard him. So did I.
Yeah, then it looks like Miller's our man. We'll get over there right away before he has a chance to skip. Come on, Bill.
Oh, Ralph. Ralph, darling.
No, Mother. You better go to your room and try to rest.
Yes, Ralph.
Certainly hope they catch Miller. Do you think they can pin it on him? Without any evidence?
Well, certainly. You heard what the sheriff said. Miller's threat's all they need. You think Miller did it, don't you?
Why, of course I do. What a silly question.
When the sheriff arrives, he finds that Miller has gone. They put out a search for him. Now, Ralph is back at the bank, in the cage next to Herb.
Well, Ralph, they haven't found that fellow Miller yet.
No? Well, they'll find him.
Do you really think it was Miller who killed your stepfather?
Well, of course I do. He threatened to kill him. 3 of us heard him.
Well, sometimes people say things that they never mean to carry out.
Oh, you should have heard him. He meant it.
Maybe he did. But that doesn't mean he did it.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I was just thinking.
Yeah?
Circumstantial evidence is an awful thing sometimes.
How do you mean?
Well, so many people have been convicted on a mere word, a mere nothing. People hear a person say something, and by the time they repeat it in court, they enlarge on it a dozen times. I remember a fellow who worked here. In fact, in your cage.
What about him?
Well, he used to play poker quite a bit. And one night he made a haul, won $400 or $500, and went flashing his roll around town and boasting.
So what? What's wrong with that?
Well, he went into the drugstore and started showing off, and when the old druggist asked him where he got all of that money, he kiddingly remarked that he had robbed the bank. Well, that got around and finally took on a serious tone. They checked up here at the bank, and sure enough, there was a $500 shortage. And even though his pals swore that he'd won it in the game, they convicted him on his statement and sent him up.
Well, maybe he did steal it.
He had the opportunity. I have. And you have.
Yeah? Well, is he still in the pen?
No, he was lucky. He got out after 5 years.
How'd he get out?
He was exonerated. Another teller confessed to it later. They sent him up and let the other kid out.
Oh, he was lucky. 5 years, huh?
Yep. It's a long time. It'd be a shame if Miller were convicted in the same way, and then they later found out that he was innocent. Wouldn't it?
Yeah, but he did it. He had the motive, the opportunity. He said he'd do it.
Well, he may not have been the only one with a motive.
It's after 3. I'm going to run along. See you in the morning, Herb.
So long.
Ralph grabs his hat, his face tense with anxiety as he hurries down the street to his car. He drives quickly to the ranch and enters the house. Standing in the middle of the room is the sheriff.
Hello, Ralph. You're just in time.
Huh? In time? How long have you been here?
Just drove up a second before you did.
Well, what do you want? Did you find Miller?
No, not yet, but they will.
Oh. Well, you certainly got a case against him, all right. He won't have a chance.
I wanted to ask you and your mother and your wife a few more questions.
Yeah? Well, all right. What do you want to know?
We got a message from someone in town saying that Miller was seen at the gas station about 7 o'clock on the night Tom Bradford was killed.
Well, so what? Maybe he was.
They checked with the attendant. He said Miller had his car packed, had his family, and headed out of town in the opposite direction.
Well, maybe He circled around and then came back.
No. He couldn't have done that.
Why not?
Because he wouldn't have had time. He was seen in the next town an hour later, still headed east. He wouldn't have had time to get that far if he'd circled back here. See what I mean?
Yeah, I see. But he must have come back.
Not unless he flew. And that isn't probable.
But there must be some explanation. He must have gotten here some way. Maybe he killed him earlier. Maybe that's it.
Say, that's right.
No. We can figure the time of death closer than that. It was near midnight. That's definite.
I see. Well, who told you about this? Who sent you this message?
We don't know. It was printed with a pencil and mailed in town.
Yeah? Is that all it said?
Well, no. There was more to it.
Huh? What else?
Oh, there's always cranks butting into cases like this. Amateur detectives are always getting hunches, and, they're seldom ever right.
Well, what did it say?
I'll tell you. Calm down.
Yes, Ralph, take it easy.
Oh, yes, darling. Don't be so upset. It isn't good for you.
Well?
It said that the real murderer would probably be found in the immediate household of Tom Bradford.
What?
And since we haven't found the weapon, we might check over the house.
I never heard of such a thing.
That's the biggest bunch of nonsense I ever heard of. Why, my mother loved Tom Bradford. So did I. So did Vera. He was like a father to us.
Please, Ralph, don't shout so.
Well, my partner's been looking over the place while we've been talking. I imagine that he'll find...
Just a minute. I hate to bother you right now, but, Here you are, Sheriff. Take a look at this.
Well, a knife.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently covered with blood.
That's right. I found it in Mrs. Bradford's room. Right under the mattress.
What? Well, how did it get there?
Yes, Mrs. Bradford. How did it get there?
I put it there. Afterward.
Mother, what are you saying? You're out of your mind.
Did you kill your husband?
Yes, I killed him.
No, she did not. She couldn't.
I killed him, and I had a good reason. I hated him. He was cruel to me, and he hated Ralph. I couldn't stand it any longer, so I killed him.
She's lying. She didn't do it.
She ought to know. We know Miller didn't do it.
You can't do this, Mother. I know what you're trying to do.
What's she doing?
She's trying to protect me. She thinks I did it.
Thinks you did it?
Mother, do you realize what this means? Tell him the truth. Tell him.
I did it. I killed him. The knife is from my own kitchen. I did it, and I'm glad.
She's crazy. She couldn't have done
Why
it.
not?
Because I killed him. She's trying to protect me.
Ralph, what are you saying?
I did it, I tell you. I ought to know. I had a better motive than she.
What motive?
I'll tell you that later.
I don't believe you killed him, Ralph. You're trying to protect your mother now because you know she did it.
I did it, I tell you. I did it.
Well, that's enough for me. I believe her. But we'll soon find out. We'll check the fingerprints on the knife.
That won't prove anything.
Why not?
Because I used the glove. Mother must have taken the knife from the body and hidden it, thinking that I'd slipped up.
That's just so much talk, and you're just shooting in the dark. Come on, Bill. Let's go back to town and do some checking.
But the only fingerprints on the knife were Mary's, and try as he might, Ralph could not convince them that he wasn't trying to shield his mother. Ralph realized finally that his mother was sure to be convicted, and as the day of the audit grew closer, he became frantic about the money he had to have. On the day his mother was sentenced to prison, he visited the attorney.
I thought I'd drop in and see about that policy Tom Bradford left for my mother. Quite a few things to be taken care of, you know.
Well, I'll tell you, Ralph. That policy would have been paid long ago, but there are certain technicalities in this state regarding insurance.
What's that?
We had to wait till the finish of the trial.
Well, why? She's the beneficiary. She's entitled to insurance.
Not here. If the beneficiary is convicted of killing the insured, the beneficiary cannot receive the proceeds of the policy. The same is true as to Tom's farms and other property.
What? What about me? I'm the son. There are no other heirs.
You were not the blood kid to Tom Bradford, and you were not legally adopted. Therefore, all the property and the insurance reverts to Tom's estate. Nothing we can do about it.
Well, Ralph, there you are, holding the bag. Now you've got to face the music at the bank. With all your scheming, nothing was gained. You planned to kill Tom and blame it on Miller, but instead got your mother upset and she killed him because she wanted to keep you from doing it. That's what you believe, Ralph. But you're wrong. I know. Your mother didn't do it. She found the body and removed the knife, thinking you'd slipped up. It was your dear little wife, Vera, who did it. And she'll never tell. But she'll pay for it later. I know.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another interesting tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Ginger Rogers, Don Amici, and Charles Winninger in A Free Soul.
Lux presents Hollywood. Our sponsors, believing that this program is the best means of showing you their appreciation of your loyalty to Lux, tonight bring you Ginger Rogers, Don Amici, Charles Winninger, and Jack Arnold in another great play. You will also hear from Mr. William A. Brady, distinguished Broadway producer, and Adrian, world-famous designer of motion picture styles. Conducting our music is Louis Silvers. And our entire presentation is under the direction of your celebrated host, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Missourians are noted for caution and thoroughness, and Ginger Rogers was born in a Missouri town called Independence. It may be the combination that enables her to do what other girls find impossible. She scored first on the screen as a comedienne, then as the most enchanting of all screen dancers, and her recent performance in Stage Door marks her as one of the most accomplished and delightful actresses in Hollywood. A small girl with golden hair and green eyes, Ginger likes ice cream sodas and has installed a complete soda fountain in her new Beverly Hills home. She also likes roller skating, knitting, and saving old wrapping paper. I think I can safely say that it was the Lux Radio Theater that gave Ginger one of her first important opportunities at drama, when a year ago we presented her in The Curtain Rises. She's currently starred for RKO in Having Wonderful Time, and tonight enacts the role of Jan in Willard Mack's melodrama, A Free Soul. Tonight also brings to fulfillment what has long been an ambition of ours, to see Don Amici before our microphone. A radio favorite for several years, he's outstanding in an ever-increasing group of Hollywood stars who are coming to the screen by way of the air. We hear Don as Ace Wilfong, and we're especially happy to present as Stephen Ash, that superb character actor, as famous on the air as he is on the stage and in films, Charles Winninger. Jack Arnold is heard as Dwight Sutro. With this thumbnail introduction to our stars, let's raise the curtain and get to the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents A Free Soul, starring Ginger Rogers, Don Amici, and Charles Winninger. The smallest big town in the world, the city of San Francisco. It's late afternoon, and Market Street in the business section is jammed with a tangled mass of traffic, jockeying for position, tooting impatiently at the delay. Suddenly, a long blue roadster sweeps from a side street, skids recklessly beneath the nose of an oncoming truck, and rounds the corner on two streaking tires.
Pull over! What's the idea? Where'd you learn to drive, in a firehouse?
That's right, officer. I used to practice on the hook and ladder.
What? Oh, well, hello, Miss Ash. And how are you?
How are you, Tim?
Fine, yeah, fine. Say, that was a neat little piece of driving there.
I'm sorry, Tim. I was in a hurry.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And how's your dad, Miss Ash? Don't see him around very much.
Oh, he's fine. I'll give him your regards.
Great man, Steve Ash. Ought to be district attorney by rights. Put some of these crooks behind the bars.
He does better keeping him on this side. Oh, what time is it, Tim?
It's, 5:45.
Oh, I've got to run. Family tea at my aunt's. See you around, Tim.
Okay, take it easy now.
Think I can make Nob Hill in 3 minutes?
If you do, you'll land in the lockup.
Look me up in cell number 6. Good evening, Dean.
Oh, good evening, Miss Ash.
Am I terribly late?
Your aunt's are waiting in the drawing room, miss.
Hey.
I don't take care what you say, Stephen. It's true.
Now, wait.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, Jan, dear.
How are you, Aunt Dorothea? Evening, Aunt Grace.
Good evening.
Hiya, Dad.
Hello, Jan. Sit down. Just talking about you.
Stephen, please.
Well, we were, weren't we?
Oh, sounds like I was on the pan.
Where's Dean? Dean!
Yes, Mr. Ash?
Fill this glass up, will you? It's been empty for 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Dad, I thought this was supposed to be a tea.
Now, stop. Stop picking on me. It's sundown, isn't it?
Stephen, can't you even come to a family conference without requiring stimulants?
My dear sister, what occasion could arise where a man's desire for stimulants would be greater than at a family conference? Go on, Dorothy. What was it you were going to say about Jan?
Well, since it is about Jan, do you think she should be present to hear herself discussed?
Well, I'll have to let Jan answer that. You want to stay, Jan?
Of course I do. I wouldn't miss it for worlds.
Have you no voice at all in the matter, Stephen?
Why should I? Jan ought to know her own mind. She's known it ever since she was 5 years old.
Exactly, and that's just what's brought us where we are today. Where are we today?
Your Aunt Grace is referring to certain actions of yours, public actions, and the people you choose to be seen with in public places.
Oh, so that's it. I knew this meeting was going to be called today. I knew it last Tuesday when Aunt Grace walked into the St. Alban for luncheon and saw me there with Ace Wilfone.
Ace Wilfone? A common gambler.
Wait a minute, wait. Is that what this is all about?
Isn't it enough? Are we to stand by and see our family name dragged in the mud?
What do you mean, dragged in the mud?
Yeah, I'd like that question answered myself. What do you mean, the mud? What mud?
The notorious dirty mud which clings to this man your daughter sees fit to be seen with.
Oh, that's a laugh. Aunt Grace didn't think he looked so dirty until she found out who he was.
Jan.
After that, she made everybody's lunch cold for 3 tables around.
Stephen, are you going to allow your daughter to insult me?
Is she stating facts?
I certainly am.
Oh, one moment, please. I have one question, Stephen, that will settle a great deal in my mind.
All right, Dorothy. Let's have it.
Did you know that Jan knew this gambler?
Wilson? Certainly. I introduced him to her.
You introduced the man to her?
Of course I did. Why not? Jan has met everyone in California who was worth meeting. Every fighter, every jockey, every gambler.
Oh, Stephen, do be serious.
I am. Since she was old enough to be my pal, she's known everyone I ever knew, and, well, why not?
Oh, what does he care about anything? If he chooses to raise a daughter with the manners of a barmaid. That's enough, Aunt Grace. I've heard enough. You don't like me, you never have. That makes us even. But don't forget this. No matter how much respect my father shows his sister, that's his debt. I don't owe you anything, and I don't have to answer to you for anything.
Jan, dear Jan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Grace. Dorothy, I don't have to tell you what Jan has been to me all these years since her mother died. She's been my comrade, my pal. I brought her up from a baby, brought her up to face life and face it squarely. Whatever she is, I know she'll always be honest. Whatever she becomes, it'll be her own choice. But right and wrong are not going to be rubber stamped for her. If she's not strong enough to stand it, I'd rather she'd go down fighting than be a namby-pamby, cowardly, mealy-mouthed liar.
And you'll do nothing to help her in avoiding temptation?
If God has given her an immortal soul, won't it survive temptation? Must it forever be hedged in with a lot of fables that our very ears sicken of? No. And if in the end it strikes us both down, Jan shall be a free soul always. That I promise you.
And I can see there's nothing more to be said.
No, nothing, sis. Ladies of the jury, the defense rests.
Thank heaven for that. It's grand music. Want to dance, Ace?
No, not unless you do.
What's the matter? Inferiority complex?
No. Common sense, I guess. A lot of friends of yours here tonight.
Oh, you're protecting my reputation again, aren't you? I wish you wouldn't, Ace.
Why not? Can't do you any good being seen with me so much. Your friends must do plenty of talking.
Do you think I care?
You should. Maybe. It's a funny combination, you and me. I only hope it never gets you into a jam.
Oh, Ace, you're as bad as my aunts and twice as old-fashioned. Oh, hello, Dwight.
Good evening, Jan.
Coming, Dwight?
Oh, yes. Excuse me, please.
Friend of yours?
Dwight Sutcroft.
Kind of frigid, wasn't he? That's what I'm talking about, Jan.
I choose my own company, and just now you happen to be it.
Thanks. Known him long?
All my life. He proposed to me once.
Oh. Seems to be all right.
I thought so, too. But while I was thinking it over, his mother decided she didn't like me. And if he married me, she'd cut him off. That changed his mind. Mine, too.
He must sleep bad with that on his conscience.
Conscience?
Having a chance to marry a girl like you and passing it up for a little Jack.
A lot of Jack.
Couldn't be enough to square the deal.
Oh, Ace, you're marvelous. Oh, I've got to call Dad. Wait for me, will you?
Sure.
I'll only be a minute.
Jan. Oh, Jan.
Well, the frigid Mr. Sutro. How are you, Dwight?
Jan, I want to speak to you.
You didn't seem so anxious inside.
I was until I saw whom you were with. Why are you doing it, Jan? What do you hope to gain by it?
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
If it's just to make me jealous or something.
Jealous? Oh, do you think I'd go to the trouble of making you jealous?
Then I suppose it doesn't mean a thing to you anymore that we're not the way we used to be?
Not a thing, Dwight.
Well, it does to me.
Really? Has your mother changed her mind again?
Oh, that's not fair, John. I asked you to wait a little while until I won her over.
And suppose you didn't win her over. I'd lose again, wouldn't I? No, Dwight. The man I marry has got to want me more than anything else in the world. Just me, and nothing else must count.
I do want you, Jan.
Oh, no, you don't.
I do. Give me a chance to prove to you how much I do.
No, Dwight. It's cold. You know what I mean. You don't interest me anymore. Maybe someday I'll think you're swell, and if I do, I'll call you up.
Unless you should happen to meet that ideal man of yours in the meantime.
Of course.
Maybe you've met him already.
Perhaps.
Ace Wilfong, I suppose.
You might be right about that, too. Good night, Dwight.
For last night, boss. The takings were deposited this morning.
Okay.
Hey, the house is doing swell, Ace. Over $4,000 at roulette alone. And there's a crowd out there tonight fighting for the privilege of losing their dough to you. Say, we'll be swimming in it soon.
Yeah. Say, look, Abe. You've known me for a long time. You saw me start this thing, you watched it grow.
Yep, that's right.
Am I a smart guy, Abe? Or is it just luck?
I don't know. Both, I guess.
Well, what I mean is, suppose I'd gone into some other racket, something on the up and up. Would it come along like this has? Or would I be walking around with holes in my pants?
Hey, you ain't thinking of getting out, are you? You can't do that, Ace.
I'm thinking of a lot of things.
Yeah. We've been watching that here lately.
We? Who's we?
The boys and me. She's got you running around in circles, ain't she?
Shut up, Abe.
Now, listen, boss, it's for your own good. These society days, they don't
tell you. You don't talk about her in this place, you get it? You or anyone else. You can spread that around with the boys. If I hear any one of them even mention her name, I'll pitch him out in his ear.
Hey, boss, there's a dame here to see you.
Hello, Abe.
Jan, what are you... All right, Abe, beat it.
Right. Okay, come on.
Jan, what's the idea?
Well, now, there's a nice reception. What's the matter? Women play here. You told me yourself.
Well, sure, but this is no place for you, Jan.
I didn't come to play. I came to see a man at his game, Ace. If he's a fighter, I like to see him train. If he's a doctor, I like to see him operate. If he's a gambler, I like to see him gamble.
Well, you're not going to see me gamble. You're going home.
Oh, don't be silly, Ace. I'm not doing anything wrong.
It's not what you're doing. It's what people think you're doing.
I do what I like. I'll always do what I like. That's my creed, Ace.
Yeah? It may work now. It won't always.
Why not?
You'll be getting married one of these days.
Do you think that would make any difference? I wouldn't marry a man who didn't know me well enough to know that if I wanted to do something, it was all right to do it.
I see.
Well, aren't we having a chummy little talk?
We'll continue it later. Hello, tell Jack to bring the car around. I'll be right down. Listen, have the elevator waiting. Come on, Jen.
Oh, you're being very masterful tonight.
We'll leave by the side door.
I'm not so sure I like you when you're being such a strong character, Ace.
Sorry? No, here's the elevator.
Well.
Dad.
Hello, Jan. How are you, Ace?
Hello, Steve.
Just came up to lose a little odd change.
Dad, where have you been?
My dear daughter, I had hoped that was not too obvious. I've been wooing Bacchus.
I suppose you know the office has been trying to reach you all day.
Why?
You've got to be in court tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
I shall be there on the dot. Run along now, run along.
Oh, where are you going?
There's a game inside called poker dice, which after 20 years still intrigues me. Good night, Jan.
Dad.
Night, Ace.
Night, Steve. He'll be all right. I'll tell Abe to look after him. You go along downstairs. I'll see you in the car.
Don't be long. It's such a rotten shame, Ace. He's so brilliant on one side, and on the other, he's so overbalanced. He always knows just what other people need, and he does it for them. But for himself, he can't do anything. Oh, God, it's terrible.
Oh, Jan, dear.
I watched him ever since I was a little kid. Playing with liquor year after year. It's been working on him. He doesn't know. He can't see what it's doing to him.
Jan, please don't. I wish I could help you. I want to, Jan.
You can't. No one can.
Will you let me try? Somehow? You would, maybe, if you knew how much I love you, Jan.
Oh, why did you wait so long to say that?
Oh, I've wanted to for weeks.
And I've wanted to hear it for months.
Jan, you're so far above me, it scares me to think of it.
Then don't think of it.
Oh, you're wonderful, Jan.
Will you always say that?
Oh, always. I'll take a chance on anything, but when I place a bet on you, that's a sure thing. Jan, will you marry me?
Of course I will.
I mean, soon.
How soon?
A week or so?
A week? And leave Dad? Oh, he needs me, Ace, now more than ever.
He'll always need you. But that's all right. We can all stick together.
Live together?
Why not?
Oh, darling. Oh, let me think. I'm not stalling. It's just let me think it out all by myself. I'll call you.
When?
Tonight, late. After Dad gets home.
And then the gods smiled. They beamed. 250 in the hole, and I threw 5 kings. A windfall. Where's my glass?
Please, Dad, don't.
What?
No more tonight. I want to tell you something. Something important, Dad.
What could be more important than 5 kings?
Dad, I'm going to marry Ace Wilfong.
What's that?
I'm going to marry him.
Oh, Jan, you're not serious.
Of course I'm serious. I love him.
You know what he is, Jan? What he will always be? A gambler?
Oh, we know lots of gamblers, and their wives, and prize fighters, and jockeys, and bookmakers.
But I didn't expect you to marry them. Good Lord, girl, we can associate with anybody, but we don't marry them.
That isn't what you taught me. You said 100 times, Jan, if you aren't ashamed of what you do, and if people see you aren't ashamed, they'll respect you. Now, haven't you said that?
Oh, no matter what I said, you can't marry Ace Wilfong.
Why? Don't you like Ace?
Yes, as a man, I like him very much, and as a character, he interests me. But as a husband for my daughter, how can you expect me to like him?
He's square. He's clean. He's brave.
I believe that.
And I tell you, Dad, that he loves me, and I love him.
Oh, you've been in love often enough before.
Then I ought to know, oughtn't I, Dad? If it were the very first time, I might be mistaken. I tell you, I know.
Oh,
I'll never love anyone else. Oh, Dad, please believe me.
Jan. Oh, you can't do this thing, dear. You mustn't do it. Listen, I know I'm no good. I've made you suffer, and I loathe myself for it. But you're all I've got. I can't let you be unhappy, ashamed. You can't marry Ace Wilfong.
You say you loathe yourself for making me suffer. Can't you see how you're making me suffer now?
It's for you I'm doing it. You know I love you, Jan. I'll do better. I promise I'll do better.
Dad, we're both gamblers, you and I. No more than that. We've been good gamblers with life always. Now, I want to gamble with you for the limit.
Yes?
I'll make you a bet, and I'll give you fair odds. I promise you I won't marry Ace Wilfong. I won't even see him. If you promise me you'll never drink again. Is it a bet? I give up the man I love because you think he's bad for me. And you give up what you love because, oh, I know it's killing you. Is it a bet, Dad?
It's a bet, Jan.
Thanks, Dad. The defense rests. Good night, Dad.
Good night.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to be alone.
Oh, sure. I know. Sure, honey.
Hello. Give me Maine 0642. Hello. Hello. I'd like to speak to Ace Wilfong, please.
We will bring you Act 2 of A Free Soul in just a moment. In the meantime, we switch our scene to Hollywood, to a shop on Sunset Boulevard out near the city limits of Beverly Hills. Inside the shop, a young lady, very much talked of in Hollywood today, is looking over some clothes. A salesgirl is helping her.
Oh, I think it's so wonderful you're getting that part. I read about you this morning. Well, you're famous.
Thank you. It is wonderful. But really, all I have time to think about is getting ready to go on location. I have practically no warm clothes. What about sweaters?
Let me show you some of our new cashmeres. They're really lovely.
Oh, I adore that one. It's so marvelously soft and light.
And it fits so nicely, too.
Yes, but it would only stay just as nice.
Oh, but it will if it's washed right. Here are the directions right on the tag. Use cool water and Lux Flakes. Would you wash a sweater like that? Oh, yes. Washing is good for wool, provided you use Lux. Sweaters shouldn't be rubbed with a cake soap. They may shrink right up and get stiff and harsh.
I know. Marie uses Lux for my lingerie and stockings.
Well, if she'll just stick to Lux for sweaters, too, she'll keep the colors nice and the fit perfect. You see, there's no rubbing with Lux Flakes. And it hasn't any harmful alkali in it either, the way some soaps have. Anything safe in plain water is safe in Lux Flakes, you know.
All right, I'll take it. And just so I don't forget, I'll stick a memo in my purse. Marie, take along plenty of big boxes of Lux. Now let's look at coats.
We return now to Mr. DeMille and our play.
We resume A Free Soul, starring Ginger Rogers, Charles Winninger, and Don Amici. For 6 long weeks, Steve was faithful to his pledge and Jan to hers. It's late at night now, and in Jan's room a single light is burning. The girl paces the floor nervously. and turns quickly as she hears someone at the door.
Who is it? Dad. Oh, Dad, I've been worried about you. Where have you been?
Jan.
Oh, Dad. Oh, Dad.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Oh,
Jan.
you've broken your pledge. You promised.
I know that, but that's why I came up here.
You know what you said. You know what I said. You know what we agreed, Dad.
I know.
I'm going to marry him. You've broken your part of the bargain. You can't stop me now.
I'm licked, Jan. It's licked me, but I tried.
Oh,
I tried.
Dad. You could have gone upstairs. I never would have known.
Sure, but that wouldn't be playing the game fair, would it?
Oh, Dad.
Paper here, read all about it. Paper.
Here it is, darling, on the front page, too. Jan asked to wed Ace Wilfong.
Looks like we were right, honey.
It's the combination.
Jan asked to wed Ace Wilfong.
Anything wrong, Dwight?
Oh, no, not a thing. It's well with me.
Paper, Mr. Ash?
All right, go out, please. Jan asked to wed Ace Wilfong. Oh.
Hello? Oh, hello, darling. Where are you? Oh, were you coming home to dinner? Oh, Ace, why not? Well, I know it's business, darling, but it's ages since I've seen you. Well, not since last night, Ace. Oh, please. Well, but I've invited some people over. Oh, I see. All right, Ace. Oh, I know you're sorry. All right. I'll be up when you get home. Clara.
Yes, ma'am?
Mr. Wilfong won't be home to dinner. Call up everyone. Say I'm sick or something.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, Mr. Sutler called again.
Dwight? What did he say?
He asked if you'd have tea with him this afternoon. I told him you were busy.
Oh. Oh, well, call him back. Tell him I'm not as busy as I thought.
200. Here you are. Sure that's enough, Steve?
Sure, I'll have this back to you in a couple of days, Ace. And the other, too. Things haven't been so hot here lately, but they'll be picking up.
Oh, forget it. You seen anything of Jan?
Jan's a little disappointed in me these days.
What do you mean?
Well, she kind of guessed I was making a few loans from you and kind of got her pride.
Why should it? It's all in the family.
She sees it a little differently, Ace. She sees it as a man taking money from the fellow he didn't want his daughter to marry.
Oh.
You didn't know that, did you? That I didn't want her to marry you.
Oh, I guess I did. I wasn't sure why, though.
Well, you understand horses, Ace, don't you?
Yes, some.
Well, humans are the same. It was the blood. I didn't want to cross it.
You figured my breeding wasn't right, hmm?
Well, what I meant was I knew her strain, and I didn't know yours.
Can't man be a thoroughbred unless he's got a name they know for 1,000 years?
Sure he can. And you're proving that to me every day, proving I was wrong. I'm not talking about the money either. You know that.
Oh, forget that. But you were right, too, in a way. I mean, if I was bred right, your strain, I know more about things. I wouldn't have to ask about something that's been on my mind for a long time.
Let's hear it.
Now, this isn't a squawk, Steve. I just want you to put me right.
Well?
Is it okay, now that Jan's my wife, is it supposed to be correct for her to let guys who knew her before she was married keep on hanging around?
Does she? Well?
Well, is it all right?
Yes, it's all right. Why not?
But she's my wife.
Has she done anything not worthy of a wife?
She goes out riding with this guy.
Well, because she married you, should that keep her from motoring on a nice day in nice company?
He isn't nice company. I met him. He's a rat. I think you know what I'm talking about.
Well, I wouldn't let it worry me. Jan's the skipper of her own boat. She must know what she's doing.
Yeah? I hope so. That you, Jan?
Darling, I didn't know you were here. You're home early tonight.
Oh, that's more than I can say for you.
Here, take my wrap, will you, darling?
Sure.
Oh, I'm tired. We were dancing at the Three Spades.
Dwight Sutro?
Yes? Why?
That's 3 times in a week, isn't it?
Well, why not? I've got to do something. I can't just sit here every night waiting. You wouldn't expect me to.
No.
Ace, we've been married 8 months, and all during those 8 months, I think you and I were out together every bit of 6 times. We saw 3 shows, 2 ball games, and 1 rotten fight. Now, if that isn't a record for a pair of great lovers, I don't know.
Oh, I know it's been tough for you, darling. For me, too. But I've had to stick close to the place, Jan, to wind things up.
What?
I'm getting out next week, selling the place.
Ace, no.
Sure, it's no life for you, stuck with a gambler. I'm going into something else. Something on the up and up. I've got enough dough to start with, and, well, maybe we get to see each other once in a while.
Oh, darling, that's marvelous. You're doing this just for me, aren't you?
For us. But you can do something for me, if you want.
Of course, darling. What?
Well, I don't know how to say it without sounding silly, but it'd make me a lot happier if you weren't so chummy with this Sutro guy.
Well, it does sound silly, Ace. I told you before we got married I had to be free. I don't consider it necessary to account for myself to anyone. But this much I'll tell you. I should have gone mad these months without Dwight.
As bad as that, huh?
As bad as that. There's no harm in going places. Dwight and I were kids together.
Why?
Oh, I know what he is, but he's harmless where I'm concerned.
If I could believe that, I wouldn't beef. I want you to be free, Jan, but isn't there some other freedom that's a little less like playing with nitroglycerin?
Ace, I won't be bossed, and that's that.
Oh, no, it isn't. No, Jan. You've got to give me something else besides this free soul stuff. That don't mean anything to me. That was all right for you and your dad, but not for me.
That agreement between Dad and me was our faith in each other. Ace, I wouldn't live with you 2 minutes if I thought you didn't trust me.
I do. That's why I can't have other people thinking what I know isn't so. I won't have it.
I warned you never to treat me as you would any other girl you've ever known. You don't understand my training, and you don't understand my code.
And you don't understand mine. What I win belongs to me. Do you get that? Me. And I won't allow anybody to throw crooked dice in the game I'm in. And you're mine, and the game is mine, and this rat is out to break it up for me, but he won't, you see?
Take your hands off of me. Don't you ever do that again, Ace. And don't ever try to bully me into anything. I've done what I felt like doing all my life. I'll go on doing it. And if I want to see Dwight Sutro, as long as it's honest and clean, you've nothing to say about it. Do you hear? Nothing.
All right. I won't bother you again.
Where are you going?
I'm going out.
Where?
You said I wouldn't bother you.
Ace! Ace!
Hello, Sutro.
Well,
You mind if I come in?
Why, no, of course not. Make yourself comfortable, Wilfong.
Thanks, I'm not staying.
Oh, long enough to have a drink?
Not even that. I can say what I came to say in a couple of words.
Yes?
Sutro, I want you to stay away from my wife. I haven't wanted to say that. You forced my hand. But stay away from it, you hear?
I hear, yes.
And you will or else. You don't know much about men like me, but maybe you can figure out what I mean by that. Well?
I'll see your wife just as often as she'll allow me to see her. It's entirely her affair.
And mine. She's married to me.
That, I should say, is her misfortune. But she's entitled to some happiness. And if she favors the company of a man of her own world, then I shall do my best to be that company. And just what can you do about it?
I can do this about it. If you ever go near my wife again, I'll kill you. Remember that.
Private Dick just reported.
Well, what did he say?
Now, listen, boys, you don't want to get so
What did he
excited.
say?
Well, he's been trailing Sutro since Wednesday. Today, about 3 o'clock, Sutro gets in his car and goes up to the house.
Go on.
Well,
My wife went out with him?
Yeah. Yeah, they went out for a ride or something. But look, boss, maybe...
Shut up.
What I just...
Shut up. When he calls again, tell him to keep on the job. I want to know every move Sutro makes. You get it? I got it.
Dwight, I felt a drop of rain.
Oh, it's all right. We'll be at Thwaites in a couple of minutes.
Oh, don't you think we better put the top up? We'll be drenched.
You won't melt.
Oh, Dwight, please.
Oh, all right. It'll make you feel any better.
Hurry, Dwight.
Look out, look out. Here she comes.
Oh, goodness. Oh, well, now I hope you're satisfied.
I'm sorry, Jan.
Look at my dress. I can't go to Thwaites looking like this.
Come on. We'll go and get dried out.
Where are we going?
My place. It's only a minute. Hold tight. There you are. Put your feet up on the fireplace.
Oh, I feel like a sponge. One sharp twist and I could wring myself out. I must be a sight.
And don't you believe it? You look beautiful.
With water trickling off my chin, I'll just bet I do.
You'll always look beautiful to me, Jan. You know that, don't you?
It's very kind of you, I'm sure.
Don't, Jan.
Don't what?
Don't keep putting me off like that. You shouldn't, you know. We can't just go on laughing and pretending forever. It's not a laughing matter. Not with me. I love you, Jan.
Give me a cigarette, please.
Oh. Of course.
I wish you hadn't said that, Dwight.
Why?
Well, it's been such fun being with you. Now you've spoiled it.
Because I told you I loved you? That's not the first time I've said it.
It's the first time since I've been married to Ace. I'd like to believe it's the last.
It isn't. I'll never stop telling you.
Then I'm sorry for you. And sorry for our friendship. You see, Dwight, I love my husband.
Oh, how can you say that? You're not happy with him.
But I am.
Oh, Jan, dear, don't be a fool. I thought you were above petty little conventionalities. He's not your kind, Jan.
And you are, I suppose?
I love you. I could make you happy. Oh, Jan, darling.
Will you get my coat, please?
Jan.
I'm leaving. I'm sorry, Dwight. It seems I've led you into believing something about me that isn't true. My coat, please.
You can't just leave it at that.
I can, and I'm going to. Good night.
Jan. Jan, darling, listen
Let me go.
I won't. You don't mean what you're saying. You're putting on an act. You're...
Maybe that'll prove to you that it isn't an act. That it never has been, that it never will be.
Hello? Who? Abe, who? All right, put him on. Hello? Hello, talk louder, please. Who's on his way? Oh, I can't hear you. Will you please tell me what you're talking about?
All right, Sutro, where is she?
May I ask what you're doing here and what you mean by
Don't
breaking
give me
in?
that. Where is she? She was here a minute ago.
You're mad.
Oh, no, I'm not. I've had you followed for a week. You brought her here. Now, where is she?
Get out of here.
I warned you, Sutro. You wouldn't listen to me. I warned you.
Stay away from me. Stay away.
Don't reach for a gun, Sutro. Don't reach for a gun or I'll let you have it. What I'm going to do to you, I can do with my own two hands.
You let go of me.
Get away from that drawer. Hello. Give me the police, will you? Sergeant, this is Ace Wilfong. Send somebody up here right away. I've just killed a man.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One of the greatest producers the American stage has ever known, William A. Brady, would be a most welcome guest on any program of the Lux Radio Theater. His presence tonight, between the acts of our play, is doubly appropriate, for he not only brought A Free Soul to Broadway, but during its run there, enacted the role of Stephen Ash. His countless other hits include such immortals as Way Down East and Trilby. Husband of Grace George and father of Alice Brady, Mr. Brady's life reads like the history of the theater. One of the giants of the sporting world, too, He revolutionized boxing during the years that he managed the famous champion, Gentleman Jim Corbett. On the stage, his champions included David Warfield, Catherine Cornell, Helen Hayes, Mary Nash, Henry Hull, and Douglas Fairbanks. The Lux Radio Theater extends its stage to New York City and brings you William A. Brady.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It's the privilege of a young man to look forward and an old man to look back. I've been close to the theater since the days of Edwin Booth. I've seen motion pictures grow from nothing at all into an international pastime, and radio from a howling, static-filled discord to its statue of perfection, exemplified by the Lux Radio Theater, the sponsors of which, by the way, deserve tremendous credit for the part that they have taken in the present rejuvenation of the American theater. In my youth, variety was the spice of life. For example, some 30 years ago, I managed a heavyweight championship fight on one night and presented Robert B. Mantell in his first performance of King Lear on the following night. People often ask me, what was my proudest moment? Well, was it the time that I made Helen Hayes a star, or discovered Douglas Fairbanks, or the night when Corbett knocked out the mighty John L. Sullivan? It could be any of these, but down in my heart I still feel the thrill, never since duplicated, that came to me as a skinny, ragged little boy. It was the night that I sat in the old Booth Theater on 23rd Street, and when, from my seat in the last row of the top gallery, I heaved a marble during the sleep-walking scene of Macbeth and scored a direct hit on the bass drum miles below me in the orchestra pit. Now, that's one way of making a hit in the theater. Most of my life since then has been working for hits from behind the footlights. There is one honor there that I share with Lux Flakes, for they've played a star role backstage in many a Broadway hit. As a producer, I know they are the tops in wardrobe department. Today, it's the Hollywood custom to take athletes and turn them into actors. Well, it's nothing new, my friends, nothing new. It started long, long ago in the golden days of boxing when Jim Corbett would play Armand in Camille and John L. Sullivan would stand them up in honest hearts and willing hands. Many youngsters claim that there are few fields not overcrowded today. But let a young fella bust loose. Let him find a spot that's not so crowded. Let him take a chance, and luck or stubbornness will see him through. After all, it looks very much like the same old world to me. My congratulations to you, Mr. DeMille, to Miss Rogers, to Mr. Winninger, and to Mr. Amici for giving a play very dear to my heart. My congratulations to Lux Flakes and to all the people who buy Lux and so make such a superb presentation possible. Thank you.
Thank you, William Brady. We're back in Hollywood now, where A Free Soul with Ginger Rogers, Don Amici, and Charles Winninger is continued. It's early the next morning. In his cell in the city jail, Ace is seated on the edge of an iron cot, his shoulders drooping, his head in his hands. Suddenly he hears footsteps in the corridor and springs to his feet, every nerve alert.
5 minutes, miss.
Thank you. Oh, Ace.
Jim.
Oh, Ace, darling, what have I done to you?
It's all right, honey. Now, don't cry. I killed a rat, that's all.
Oh, why did you? There was nothing wrong, Ace, I swear it. You've got to believe that. Regardless of what happens, you've got to know that, Ace.
I do know it. That's what makes this bearable, Jan. I never doubted you. Not down deep, I didn't. I was just all on fire inside. I didn't go there to kill him. Just to give him a scare. He went for a gun.
Oh, how can life do such things to people? I love you, Ace. I've never loved anyone but you. I wish I could take my heart out and show it to you.
Please, please.
It's my fault. Everything is my fault. I thought I was a free soul, and I'm not. Because I belong to you. It came to me last night when you didn't come home, and then I heard. And I thought about you here and me there. Oh, I died, Ace. I died. I tell you, if I ever live again,
Honey, please stop it. You don't know what you're saying. Look at me. I'll be all right. Everything's going to be all right.
Oh, it will, Ace. It's got to be. They've never hanged a man for a thing like this. I was up there to Suttrose yesterday. And when the jury knows that, they'll...
Wait, Jan. Listen. You've got to promise me something.
Anything, Ace?
You mustn't spill that stuff about being up there, Jan. You know what I mean. It'll seem tough, but that's the way I'm going to play it.
You mean you wouldn't let me go on the stand to save you?
Yeah, that's just what I mean.
What the...
No, sweet, we can't. You married me against the wishes of everyone, even your father. No matter what happens to me, we can't use your good name to save my name.
My good name? Oh, you poor crazy darling. Do you think that means anything if you're taken away from me? Oh, no, Ace. I'd yell it from the top of the ferry building that I was there. That it was my fault.
No, you won't. I fixed it so you won't. You're not going on the stand.
Who can stop me?
Your father. He's going to defend me.
Dad? Oh, no, Ace, you can't. Oh, he's my father, but I know he can't save you. He's through, Ace. He hasn't had a case in months. He couldn't even plead one.
I'm laying a bet on him. Can't you?
Oh, I see. You don't care about being saved. You're letting him defend you because you know he'll never let me testify.
No, Jan.
It's true. You've no confidence in him yourself. You couldn't have.
If he does what I asked, that's all I want.
Wait, boys. Wilfong goes to trial. Jury panel. Wilfong goes to trial.
State Bill's case against Wilfong. Defense presents no witnesses. Here you are.
Wilfong trial new and closed. State looks for conviction. Paper. Wilfong trial new and closed.
And when you arrived, officer, you say Dwight Suttrose was already dead.
That's right. And Wilfong was standing by the window looking out.
Mm-hmm. And what happened then?
Well, he handed me the gun and he said, "Here's the gun that killed him. It's mine. I did it."
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Ash.
Mr. Ash, the attorney for the state has offered the witness. No questions, Your Honor. Do I understand, Mr. Ash, that you have no wish to cross-question any of the state's witnesses? Yes, Your Honor. Very well. Witness is excused. The defense will proceed with its case. Call your first witness. If it pleases the court, there will be no witnesses for the defense. What's that? Your Honor, the defense rests.
No, Your Honor, you can't let him do it.
Jan, go back to your seat.
I won't. They're trying to protect me, Your Honor. They won't let me take the stand because they know what I'll say, that I was in Dwight Suttrose's apartment the night he was shot.
Jan.
That my husband knew I was there. That's why he came.
Your Honor, I asked the court's permission to speak for a moment with my wife.
The prisoner will not address the bench.
But, Your Honor.
Quiet, please. Young lady, will you please take your seat? Mr. Ash, do you wish to present this young woman as a witness?
Oh, Dad, please, you've got to. You don't know what you're doing.
Jan, well, Mr. Ash? The defense rests, Your Honor. There will be no witnesses. Has the state concluded its case?
We have, Your Honor.
And the attorney for the defense will sum up, please. Thank you. Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, you have seen in this court a man on trial for his life. A man accused of the foulest of crimes. Premeditated murder. Murder in the first degree, for which there is but one penalty. Death. You have heard witnesses for the prosecution and none for the defense. You have seen a young woman, my own daughter, rise in defense of her husband and tell you...
I object, Your Honor. The woman was not a witness. Her testimony was not entered into evidence.
Objection sustained. Proceed, please.
The district attorney is right, gentlemen. You must strike from your minds everything that woman said. Strike it from your hearts if you can. You heard that woman? You know she spoke the truth. And you know that if you bring in a verdict of guilty, you will be placing a rope around the neck of an innocent man.
Objection. There's been no evidence by the defense to prove the accused innocent.
Objection overruled. I take it Mr. Ash is dealing in certain attendant circumstances?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Attendant circumstances. Circumstances not born of the moment, day or hour, but wicked, profane, and damnable teachings. Look at that girl, the wife of the accused. You wouldn't think that child's mind was full of poisonous fallacies. It's God's truth, for since she was old enough to listen, I have dinned into her ears that she was a free soul. I told her she must not be a hypocrite or a coward. I cried out to her that she must follow her desires and be honest and open with them. These were my teachings. And may God forgive me. She had no mother. Could we expect her to see that her father was a mountebank, a trickster, a fool? Her desires, innocent as they might have been, led her into the company of another man, despite the wishes of her husband. Are you beginning to see who is the guilty man? Do you reason now who should be on trial here today? I, Stephen Ash. Ace Wolfong held the pistol, but my hand pulled the trigger. There's only one freedom, knowing and obeying God. There never has been but one man big enough to be a free soul on this earth, and they nailed him to a cross. But he forgave, yes, and that's what I'm asking you to do today. I ask you to forgive this man. I ask my daughter to forgive me.
Oh, Dad, Dad.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a decision?
We have. We find the defendant not guilty.
Not guilty. Ace, darling.
Oh, Jan, dear. He did it for us, Jan. He gave us our life again.
Oh, Dad, look at me. You were wonderful, darling. And I do forgive you. Oh, I forgive you everything. Dad, don't you hear me? Well, don't just sit there, darling.
Wait a minute. Steve, what's the matter? Steve!
Ace, is he?
Please don't, Jan. He's happy. The defense rests.
So we take leave of a free soul. Till later we'll hear again from Ginger Rogers, Don Amici, and Charles Winninger. Adrian, the screen's most famous fashion designer, tonight makes a return engagement in the Lux Radio Theater. A Connecticut Yankee who started on the stage with Irving Berlin, he was brought to Hollywood by Mrs. Rudolph Valentino. It's he who designs the screen clothes at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios for such renowned beauties as Norma Shearer, Joan Crawford, Greta Garbo, Myrna Loy, Jeanette MacDonald, and Louise Reiner. When he'll last, he mentioned the fashion influence Greta Garbo exerted in Camille. And now, Adrian, that she's completed her new film, Conquest, would you say that she maintains her leadership?
Yes, I do. And one of the more interesting fashion influences of Conquest is a little black velvet cap that looks as if it were a snail shell. Does that sound particularly ridiculous?
Now, it would have a few years ago, but today, for the sake of peace in the family, I take the funniest hats seriously.
So do I. And this is about the only period in history in which a woman can put the most ridiculous-looking contraption on her head, look in the mirror, and accept it seriously. Hats were never so humorous, but strangely enough, they're accepted even by husbands.
Not accepted, tolerated.
My own feeling about extraordinary hats is that they're far more interesting than humorous. An unusual hat, carefully selected, brings out a woman's personality. She becomes an individual instead of a conventional type. Getting back to Garbo, she's a very important style influence simply because she's not at all interested in style. Therefore, I can design anything that I think will look well on her, and if she agrees about it, she'll wear it regardless of fashion, and it will usually start a new trend.
Most women don't want to start a new trend. They want to play follow the leader.
Right. The majority are very antagonistic to a new fashion. It's only after they've seen a new style worn by their favorite actress, by the best-dressed woman at their club, and finally by their favorite enemy, that they decide to take a chance with it themselves.
Well, how do you account for this being the most lavish season in woman's dress for 20 years? Is it an indication of good times?
Well, on the contrary, a lavishness in dress, a willingness to indulge in unusual ideas, are always apparent when the world seems on the edge of something momentous. How accurate this barometer is, I can't say. But whenever international affairs are unsettled, extravagance in fashions will blossom forth amazingly. There's another reason, too, which I hope is truer. It's the fact that today the old law of what they're wearing no longer exists. Most women are at last dressing according to what happens to become them best as individuals.
Now, from all I hear, Adrian, Miss Garbo's new picture is going to be one of Hollywood's greatest. What can you tell us about it?
Well, if for no other reason, Conquest is a great picture because while it's a story of Napoleon, played by Charles Boyer, never in the entire picture does Napoleon put his hand inside of his coat. The reason is quite unromantic. We found that Napoleon suffered from dyspepsia, and the only time he struck that so-called characteristic pose was when he had a stomachache. Thousands of costumes were made for Conquest, and thanks to Lux Flakes, they remained perfect through the weeks of production and look as new today as when they were created. When you see Conquest or any other film, and you discover fashion ideas you'd like to copy, just remember that picture styles are created with three things in mind. They must be historically accurate, they must become the star, and they must create certain dramatic effects. So don't take them too literally. Be conservative, and you'll be well dressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. The number 3 has a charm. And here's a charming trio. Ginger Rogers, Don Amici, and Charles Winninger.
Thank you. And as the old-timer here, C.B., I want to say what a pleasure it's been playing tonight with two of the greatest youngsters in pictures.
I'd include you, Charlie, and make it 3 of the greatest youngsters.
Oh, thank you. But it was only a very short time ago that Ginger was starting her career on the musical stage, and Don was just another unknown radio actor.
This gives me a chance, Charlie, to ask a question I'm sure is in the minds of many in our audience. Tell us, Ginger, now that you've made Stage Door and are in the middle of another non-musical picture with a third one to follow that, does it mean you're through with singing and dancing pictures?
By no means, Don. What I want is variety. And now that I've had it, I'm looking forward to doing a musical again. This has been a very happy year for me, and I only hope it has been equally happy for all of our listeners.
And there's only one more thing I want to say. The last time I was here, C.B., I said that all I did in Hollywood was play Papa. Well, just let me be Papa to Ginger and you, Don, and I'll never complain again.
Thanks, Charlie. And now, good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, you 3 youngsters.
Mr. DeMille returns shortly with exciting news of next week's playing stars. Our cast tonight included Claire Whitney as Dorothea, Myra Marsh as Grace, Edward Marr as Abe, Eddie Kane as Charlie, Lou Merrill as District Attorney, Norman Field as Judge, James Eagles as Officer, Justina Wayne as the maid, Sally Creighton as Secretary, Frank Nelson as Foreman, and Ken Chevelle as a newsboy. Mr. Amici appeared through courtesy of the makers of Chase and Sanborn Coffee in 20th Century Fox Studios, where our conductor, Louis Silvers, was in charge of music for the new film Alibaba Goes to Town. Mr. Arnold is from RKO Studios. Our producer is from Paramount Studios, and here he is.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater presents one of the most popular figures of motion pictures and radio. making his first appearance before our microphone, Bing Crosby. Sharing our spotlight with the nonchalant Mr. Crosby is that lovely and delightful comedienne, Miss Joan Blondell. We've been fortunate in securing for their vehicle a brisk and sparkling collegiate comedy that was heartily cheered on both stage and screen. She Loves Me Not. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Bing Crosby and Joan Blondell in She Loves Me Not, featuring Nan Gray. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Announcer is DeMille DeRuit. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes. Best of all, king-size cigarettes brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to burglary detail. One of your informants contacts you by telephone. He says he wants to see you immediately. He claims knowledge of more than 24 burglaries committed in your city. He offers the information despite threats against his own life. Your job, investigate. The latest Fatima sales report shows thousands and thousands of king-size cigarette smokers are switching to Fatima.
For the month of October, coast-to-coast actual figures show Fatima sales are up 110%, or more than double.
Fatima, best of all king-size cigarettes. Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you're now smoking.
Remember, thousands of Americans are switching to extra mild Fatima. Next time, insist on the best, king-size Fatima, in the distinctive golden yellow package.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, April 16th. It was foggy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Wisdom. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 1:38 p.m. when we got to the corner of North Main and Sotelo Street. Johnny Cokin's Cafe.
Pretty well filled up. You want to sit at the counter?
No, there's a booth over there in the corner. People just leaving.
Oh, yeah. Didn't see it.
This is all right, isn't it?
Yeah, fine. Oh, it smells good. I wonder what the special is today.
Well, it's up there on the blackboard.
Oh, yeah. Enchilada with cheese, coleslaw, salad. Well, it does smell pretty good, doesn't it? Wish I hadn't had lunch. I should have waited. I keep forgetting Monday's enchilada day down here. Sure like the way Johnny fixes it.
Hello, Friday. Ben, how are you?
Hi, Roberta.
Yeah, get these dirty dishes out of the way.
Okay, fine.
Is it going to be the special?
No, we forgot today was Monday. We had lunch already.
Too bad. What'll it be, just coffee?
Yeah, it's fine.
Friday?
Yeah, same for me, Roberta. Both of them black, I guess.
Okay, 2 blacks.
Say, you haven't seen Smalley around this afternoon, have you, Roberta? Red Smalley?
Red? No, I haven't seen him for a couple of days.
Okay.
Thought he said to meet him here at 1:30.
Well, he'll be along. He's never been on time as long as I've known him.
Yeah, I wonder what's eating him. He sounded a little excited on the phone.
Did he give you any idea what it was all about?
No, just said it was important. Had to see it. Hey, I was just thinking, maybe I could handle one of those enchiladas after all.
Yeah, there's Red.
Oh,
All right, fellas. Hope I ain't late.
All right.
Been a long time,
Yeah,
huh?
sit down, Reg. Good to see you.
Yeah, thanks. What's new with you, anyway?
Oh, not too much. How's it with you?
Here you are. 2 coffees black. How are you, Red?
Hungry. What about a hamburger steak, huh? Some coffee, too?
Hamburger steak and coffee, right?
You look in pretty fair shape, Reg. You working steady now?
Well, you know how it goes. On again, off again. Put in a full month playing bar boy at Ziggy's joint place down in South Main, you know?
Mm-hmm. What happened there?
Business fell off, and Ziggy said he had to let me go. Been kind of thin ever since. I'm hustling programs out of the racetrack right now. It's not too bad. Can't afford to bet, but I get to see the races free. You can't have everything, I guess.
I understand you're a little worried about something, Red. Anything serious?
Well, yeah, it might be. Like I was telling Romero on the phone, it wouldn't do me no good if it got out. I mean, me talking to you about it, you know. He'd probably tie a can to my tail if he knew I told you.
Who's that?
Guy by the name of Jeff Allen. You know him?
No, it doesn't sound familiar to me. Ben?
Me neither. Who is he, Red?
Second-story worker. Lots of savvy, too. He's fell a couple of times on burglary raps. Knows his business, so got a lot of moxie.
How long's he been in town, you know?
Oh, about 6 months, I think. He come from the east, finished a stretch back in Michigan. He's a real pro.
Uh-huh. What's he doing out here, Red?
Well, matter of fact, that's what I want to talk to you about. Figured maybe you ought to know.
Yeah?
He's doing real good, the way I get it. I heard him and a couple other guys talking about it one night down at Ziggy's. They were having a couple of beers. I guess they didn't think I could hear him.
What'd they have to say?
This guy Allen was running off about how good he was doing, how many places he knocked over in the last couple of months, how much stuff he took.
And what's he look like, Red?
Oh, pretty average. About my height, dark hair, little scar right here in his chin.
Mm-hmm.
About 160, 70 maybe, 36 years old. Usually wears leather jacket and black one.
All right, Red, here you go. Burger, steak, coffee.
Yeah, fine. Sure got a good appetite these days, working out in the air, you know. It does you good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll show you one pass around ball of Fletcher, Sergeant.
Oh, yeah. Here you go.
Oh, no. Good.
These burglary jobs Alan's supposed to be pulling, Red. Where's he working them? Do you know that?
Well, no, I guess I don't. It's all over town, I suppose. Sure good hamburger.
When you overheard him talking to his friends, did he mention any jobs in particular that he pulled?
No, but he's working hard. I know that for a fact. He pulls a new one every week or so, the way I get it.
And what about his M.O., Red?
Regular second-story routine. He uses a jimmy or a small pinch bar. Usually goes through a window.
Does he work alone?
Uh-huh, strictly. His French bread's nice and fresh.
Yeah. Where's Alan staying in town? Do you know, Red?
No, I don't. I know where you can find him, though. The 1322 Club out on North Paris. He hangs out there quite a bit, almost every night. I think the guy who owns the joint's a friend of his.
Jeff Allen. Is that supposed to be his right name, Red?
As far as I know, uh-huh. I only met him a couple of times. He hung around Ziggy's place when he first come to town. Of course, I didn't know what he was up to then.
Do you know him well enough to talk to him?
Well, just about, yeah. I'm not buddies with him or anything. That's why I don't want it to get out, you know. If he gets the word I'm on your team, I'm a dead duck. I don't think he'd waste a minute killing me.
You don't have to worry, Red. We'll keep it quiet. Well, did you hear anything else, or is that just about the size of him?
No, that's just about it, fellas. I'll keep near the ground. If I get any more rumbles, I'll pass it on. Well, guess you know I really hate to talk about it.
What's that, Red?
Well, I mean how bad things have been running lately, you know, since I got laid off at Ziggy's.
Uh-huh.
I hustle like mad with the programs down the track. Doesn't bring in a whole lot, though. And that lousy landlady had to raise my rent last week.
Mm-hmm. Well, how much can you use, Red?
Well, you know, as far as anything at all, just a little loan, maybe something to help me over the hump.
Well, the only thing I have is a 20, Joe. You got any change?
Thanks, Romero. 20 will be fine. That's plenty. I sure appreciate that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, real good hamburger steak Johnny puts out. I gotta get going, fellas. Gotta be down the track.
All right, Red. Thanks a lot. If there's anything else, call us, huh? You got our number.
Sure thing. I'll stay right on.
Mm-hmm.
You want me for anything, holler, huh? I'm still at the same place.
Right.
Thanks a lot, huh? I'll see you there.
Yeah. Take it easy, Red.
Yeah. Bye, Red. He's getting a little expensive, huh?
He's probably been having a rough time, but he looked hungry to me.
Sure did. Grabbed that $20 bill like his life depended on it. I went to buy some new wool socks with that.
Well, I'll split it with you. Be worth more than $20 if the tip pays off.
Now, don't get me wrong. I didn't mind giving him the $20. It was worth it, but look at this here.
Oh, you got to check for the food, huh?
Yeah, I think the least he could have done was pay for his own lunch.
By and large, the character of the informant in fact or fiction isn't generally regarded with too much sympathy. To most people, the informant's nothing more than a stool pigeon, a squealer, somebody who, by the very act of informing, commits a sin against a supposedly popular unwritten law. Well, it's obvious that this isn't always so, because in the interests of law enforcement and justice, which means the betterment of the community, the informant very often plays a major role. Year after year, informants are responsible for the apprehension and conviction of many hundreds of criminals, people who rob and cheat and commit murder, crimes that are obviously far deadlier than informing. As for the mechanics of law enforcement at the level of the working detective, the informant is considered virtually indispensable. It's been said before by peace officers, and it'll probably be said again quite a few times. If your job is catching criminals and enforcing the law, this is the first rule you have to learn. The working detective is no better than his informants. 2:12 p.m. Ben and I had no idea if the information we'd gotten from Red Smalley was authentic or not, but it had to be checked out. We went back to the office and had Frank Cunningham and R&I check on Jeff Allen. We also had the stats office make a run for us on suspects with similar MOs. Then we started to page through reports of burglaries which had occurred throughout the city during the past 3 months.
No.
How you doing over there? Anything at all?
Not too much. Wait a minute, maybe. This might be one of them.
Here, let me see.
Home in Hollenbeck Park neighborhood. Burglar's M.O. matches out and a time element, too. Happened 6 weeks ago. Window on the second floor of the house was pried open. They took furs and money, $23.
Uh-huh. That the only one you found?
Another one here I took out a minute ago. M.O.'s pretty much the same on this one, too. Only thing different is the night of the week it happened on. This one's a Thursday. That one there's a Sunday.
Yeah, it checks out pretty close otherwise. The only one thing I can't figure.
What's that?
Well, Allen's supposed to have been in the city for at least 6 months. According to Red, he's working a job maybe once a week, once every 10 days or so. Now, you got 2 reports there that match his M.O. here. I picked out 2 more from that other pile. Seems to me if he's been working the town for a couple of months, there ought to be more than 4 reports on him, shouldn't there?
I got it. Burglary in Merrill. Oh, yeah, Frank. Jeff Allen. That so? Oh, you have, huh? Okay, right, Frank, thank you.
Yeah?
R&I got a make on Allen. He's had one arrest here 4 years ago on a vag charge. He's a loser out of Michigan. Fell for burglary. Never been picked up for burglary here, though. He isn't registered.
And that's all, huh?
That's it.
Doesn't seem to gel right to me, does it to you?
A lot of loose ends to figure out.
I wonder if Red was handing us a line on this thing.
Why would he?
Well, maybe he needed that $20 touch. Maybe this Jeff Allen's an old pal of his. Red had a falling out with him. He wants to get even with him, I suppose.
It's possible, I guess. I don't know.
Hi, Joe. Ben?
Oh, hello,
Tabor, what do you say? What's with you? You still on that stakeout south end of town?
Yeah, 3rd week. Sure getting dull. You two look busy. What's all this?
Oh, we got a tip on some prowler artist trying to get a line on him.
Take a look at this 3.1, will you, Jim? You run into any jobs recently that stack up like this in here?
Let's see.
We're shooting in the dark on it so far. I don't know if we got anything or not.
I'd say you got it. Burglary report in 77th Division this morning. Happened to check it when I was out there.
Same M.O. as this?
Same everything.
4:55 p.m. Ben and I went down the hall to the record bureau and picked up a couple of mug shots of the suspect, Jefferson Allen. Then we drove out to the 1322 Club on North Ferris Avenue in the Silver Lake District, the neighborhood bar where Allen spent most of his time, according to our informant, Red Smalley. We staked out in the car down the street where we could keep an eye on the front door to the bar and still not look suspicious. Between 5 and 7:30 p.m., we watched at least 24 customers entering or leaving the bar, but none of them came close to Allen's description. 8 p.m., nothing. By the time we were relieved on stakeout at 11 p.m., Allen still had failed to show. Late the following afternoon, we were back at the same spot, watching for a sign of the suspect. 6:48 p.m.
How you fixed for smokes?
Oh, I think I got a couple left. Yeah, here you go.
Oh, thanks.
KGPL Los Angeles.
I got a light here.
Yeah.
11A, 6th and Spring. 11A, 6th and Spring.
Hey, have a look, Joe. Gray hat, Dark suit. Just came out of the bar.
Yeah, he's coming this way. Yeah, I'll buy it. That's him.
Getting in that blue sedan.
All right, don't press him. Let's give him a good lead.
Right.
He's getting in.
What do you think, Joe?
Let's wait a minute. Yeah, okay, we're clear.
All right.
You got him spotted?
Yeah, no trouble. That's a funny one, huh? Wonder why we didn't see him go in the bar.
I don't know. Might be a delivery entrance in the back of the place we could have missed.
Can you make out that license number?
Yeah, can you pull out just a little?
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, let's see. 7 Tom 7 972. I better check it. 80K to Control 1. 80K to Control 1.
Control 1 to 80K. Go ahead.
Control 1, request rolling make and DMV on 7 Tom 7 972. That's 7 Tom 7 972.
Control 1 to 80K, Roger. Stand by. KMA 367.
Doesn't seem to be in any great hurry. Barely poking along.
Where is he now? I can't see.
Just turn right onto Bronson. I want to give him plenty of lead. Yeah, that's him up ahead there.
He's picking up speed. Now don't lose him.
Right.
Control 1 to 80K. Control 1 to 80K. Come in, please.
Here we go. 80K to Control 1. Go ahead.
7 Tom 7972. The car is registered to D. Denver J. John Carpenter, 1322 North Ferris Avenue, Los Angeles.
80K to Control 1. Roger. KMA 367.
Carpenter, same guy that owns the bar, isn't it? His Allen must know him pretty well.
Well enough to use his car. Wonder what the pitch is there. You checked on Carpenter, didn't you?
Yeah, clean bill of health, no record. Yeah, up ahead there. Now he's slowing down.
Yeah. Turning up on that driveway. Pull up under that tree there, huh?
Right.
Yeah, that's fine.
See him?
Uh-huh. Getting out. Going into that bungalow over there. Letting himself in the front door.
No sign of anybody else there, huh?
No. House was dark when we drove up, wasn't it?
He couldn't be living there alone.
He might be.
Doesn't make much sense to me. Why would a single guy get himself a house that big?
Well, let's wait it out. Maybe he'll come up with the answer. 9:15 p.m. We continued our stakeout on the bungalow on South Bronson Avenue. A little more than an hour passed when we saw the lights go out in the house. The suspect, Jeff Allen, came out the front door, locked up, got in his car, and drove off. Ben and I followed him. He drove directly to the bar on North Ferris Avenue, the 1322 Club. He parked his car and went inside. Ben and I drove back to the cottage on South Bronson and let ourselves in through the back door. A preliminary check of the house failed to give us any real proof that Allen was the suspect we wanted. The only possible lead we came up with was an expensive hunting rifle, which we found stored away in one of the closets. We copied down the serial number on the gun, drove to a neighborhood cigar store, called the office, and asked him to check out the number for us.
Yeah, right, Murph. We'll wait for the call. Yeah, thanks.
How'd you do?
Gonna check it through now. They'll call us.
Good. I'm a little hungry, aren't you? Would you like candy bar?
No, I'm getting a little tired of them. I wouldn't mind a square meal, though. My back's killing me. Never been so sore in my life.
Why, what's the matter? Did you fall?
No, nothing like that. It's my snoring again.
You're snoring? What's that got to do with it?
Almost broke my back. It was the wife's idea. She claims when I'm sleeping, I roll over on my back and snore. Says it keeps her awake all night.
Well, there's not much you can do about it, is there?
Yeah, the wife thought of something. Supposed to be an old home remedy. She sewed a couple of golf balls right into the back of my pajamas. You get the idea behind it? If you roll over on your back, the golf balls dig into you and you have to roll over on your side again.
Mm-hmm. Well, so what happened to you?
Well, I'm a sound sleeper. Rolled over on my back and stayed there. Slept on those golf balls all night. Woke up in the morning like to have died. Felt like I'd snapped a couple of vertebrae.
Must be an easier way to keep you from sleeping on your back.
Well, it wouldn't do any good anyhow, Joe. It just won't work.
What do you mean?
I snore just as loud sleeping on my side.
I get it. Hello? Yeah, Murph, this is Joe Friday. Mm-hmm. W615344? Yeah, that checks. That was the serial number on it. When was that? Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, okay, Murph, thanks. Bye. I think maybe we got a break.
Yeah?
They got a make on the gun we found.
Is it registered to Allen?
No, it was taken in a burglary 2 months ago.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Millions heard it, yet only 46 have written.
Starting on Dragnet over a month and a half ago, on September 20th to be exact, Fatima made a special money-back offer to more than 10 million listeners. The results? Amazing.
Millions heard it, yet only 46 have written.
If you smoke king-size cigarettes, listen to Fatima's famous offer.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy their extra mildness and superbly blended tobaccos. If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas before December 1st, and we'll give you your money back, plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Fatima's latest sales report shows Fatima sales up in every state in America. The month of October, coast to coast, actual figures show Fatima sales up 110%, or more than double.
Yes, thousands and thousands of Americans are switching to king-size Fatima. So why wait? Switch to Fatima today. Extra mild. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Tuesday night, April 17th, 10:38 p.m. We got additional information from the office on the hunting rifle that we'd found in the bungalow to which we'd trailed the suspect, Jefferson Allen, a few hours earlier. The gun was registered to a Mr. Robert LaSalle, 3008 Bush Street. The rifle, along with $300 in jewelry and $48 in cash, had been taken from LaSalle's home 2 months before during his family's absence. The burglar's method of operation matched Allen's alleged M.O. exactly. 10:45 p.m. After arranging for a stakeout to be placed on the bungalow on Bronson Avenue, Ben and I drove to the 1322 Club on North Ferris, where we located the suspect, Jeff Allen.
Yes, sir, that's correct, Sergeant. I'm from back in Michigan originally. Been out here about 6 months now. Think I'm going to like it. Sure can't beat this weather, huh?
You've been working here at the bar ever since you got in town, is that right?
No, not quite. I've been here for about 4 months. It's kind of a handyman job. I help the bartender when I can, keep the storeroom in order, see everything ship-shape, you know.
Uh-huh. You ever been in Los Angeles before, Allen?
Yeah, just once before, a couple of years ago. Wasn't so good then. Jobs were hard to get. I ran into a little bit of trouble. Finally went back east again.
I see. What was this trouble you had?
Well, as I say, jobs were pretty hard to come by then. I kept checking around, but I couldn't find anything. Wasn't so good. I finally got picked up on a bag charge.
Mm-hmm.
Spent a couple of weeks at the county. When I got out, I figured the best thing was to head back east again. A lot better this time, though. I'm doing okay. See, I couldn't get you anything, huh?
No, thanks, just the same.
There's something maybe you'd like to talk to me about? Anything I can help you with?
It's a routine checkup we're on. Got a few more questions for you, if you don't mind.
Sure. Let's take one of these booths back here, huh? Might as well be comfortable.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
You sure I couldn't get you anything? A bottle of beer, Coke, maybe?
No, thanks.
You have your family out here with you, Allen, your wife?
No, I'm not married, Sergeant. I haven't taken the plunge yet. Figure there's plenty of time for that. It's hard enough to keep myself going these days, let alone a family.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You ever been arrested before, Allen? I mean, other than that bag charge you mentioned, you ever served any big time?
Yeah, matter of fact, I have, back in Michigan. Pretty dumb trick. I got in trouble as a kid. Burglary. Served all my time, though. I don't owe him a day. I'm washed up with that stuff a long time ago. It just doesn't pay, that's all.
Then that last time there was any trouble was that vag charge. Is that it?
Yes, sir, that's it. As I say, I'm all washed up with that stuff. It doesn't pay off at all. I got wise to that.
Mm-hmm. Glad to hear it, Allen. You figure you're going to stay on here, then. Make this your permanent home.
Yeah, I think I might. I sure like the weather. Job suits me, too. Boss even lets me use his car once in a while. Pretty nice, huh?
Yeah, huh? Where you living now? You got an apartment in the neighborhood here?
Yeah, I got an apartment. Nice little place. Not exactly in the neighborhood, though. It's out in West Hollywood, right on a bus line. No trouble getting into work. Just a small apartment.
Whereabouts in West Hollywood? You mind giving us the address?
No, it's on Norwich Avenue. Why do you ask?
It's part of this routine check we have to make. You mind very much if we drive out there with you, Allen, look the place over?
No, I don't mind. I mean, if you figure I need checking out, I'd just as soon clear it up now. I got nothing to hide. You want me to get my coat?
No, that's all right.
Say, I should be back here in an hour or so. What do you think? I mean, it's just a routine check. It won't take long, will it?
No, not too long. I suppose you can figure that better than we can.
How do you mean?
You said you had nothing to hide. 11:20 p.m. We drove the suspect, Jeff Allen, to his apartment on Norwich Avenue. It was more than 2.5 miles from the bungalow on South Bronson where we'd followed Allen earlier that night and where we'd located the stolen hunting rifle. While Ben and I made a thorough check of the apartment, Allen sat relaxed in an easy chair. Ben and I covered everything in the apartment, but there was no evidence of any loot taken in the burglaries.
That's about it, Joe. Checked everything.
Okay.
That's about it, Sergeant? You fellas want a beer before we go back to the club?
Just one or two more questions, Alan, then I think we can wash this thing up.
Sure, Sergeant.
Do you rent some other place in town? Another house or an apartment, maybe?
Another place? No, why would I do that? This is my apartment. This is where I live. Why do you ask that?
About 6 o'clock tonight, you were seen going into a bungalow over on South Bronson, the same neighborhood as the club where you work. We got a pretty good idea that there's quite a bit of loot from burglaries stored in that house.
I don't follow you, Sergeant. I don't know what you mean. I don't live on South Bronson. I live here. You ought to be able to tell that.
You were seen going into the bungalow, Alan, about 5 minutes past 6 tonight. We found a stolen hunting rifle in the house. It was taken in a burglary. You think you want to tell us about it?
No, I can't tell you anything about it. I don't have any bungalow on South Bronson. I'm not even sure I can tell you where the street is.
Well, you better get your hat, mister. We'll show you. 11:48 p.m. We got in the car and started driving down Beverly Boulevard back toward the bungalow on South Bronson Avenue. When we got to the bungalow, the suspect still refused to admit that he had a key to the door or that he was in any way concerned with the place. We had him empty his pockets, and among his possessions we found a ring of keys. We tried them on the front door of the bungalow. The fourth one we tried opened it. We went inside. Alan still would admit nothing. Ben contacted the landlady next door, and she said she'd be right over. I continued questioning him while Ben checked through the house again.
Hey, Joe. Joe, you want to come back here? I think we got something.
Yeah, all right, Ben. You want to go ahead back there, Alan?
Sure, okay. Still can't tell you what the score is, though. I don't belong in this place. It ain't mine.
Well, that key you had seemed to fit the front door all right. How do you figure that?
That doesn't mean anything. I had that key for years. I think it's a skeleton key. Opens almost any kind of lock.
Down here, Joe. Small basement here. Leads right down off the kitchen.
Yeah, all right. Go ahead, Alan.
Have a look, Joe. Line of cupboards all the way around here. Check them for yourself.
Yeah, all right. It's a pretty good haul. Furs, machinist tools. Jewelry. Quite a bit of it here. A couple of radios. 2 more hunting rifles. Come on, how about it, Alan? You want to save time for all of us now?
You got it wrong, Sergeant. This isn't my place, I told you. When I got out of that trouble back east, I made up my mind I was all washed up with this kind of stuff. This house isn't mine. I haven't got anything to do with it.
You're kidding yourself, Alan. You know that.
No, you got it all wrong. You got it all mixed up.
Well, we'll let the landlady tell us.
The woman who owns this house, she's on her way over from next door. She ought to be able to tell us who she rented the place to. Wouldn't you say so? Wouldn't you?
She might be wrong. It's possible.
No, look, we got you dead to rights, mister. Why not face it?
Can't. I won't do it. I made up my mind the last time. It wouldn't happen again. I was all washed up with it. I won't go through it again. They'll send me back. I won't be able to take it.
Maybe you should have figured that before you started in.
I didn't mean to. I was all washed up with that stuff. I told you that the first time I saw you, didn't I?
Yeah.
I was sure of it, too. I wouldn't try it again. It didn't pay. It's just what I told you. I'm all through with it. I'm washed up with it. I never lied to you, did I?
What's the difference?
Huh?
You lied to yourself.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On July 6th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 86, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. September. Fatima first made its famous money-back offer. Millions heard it, yet only 46 have written. October. Actual figures reported Fatima's sales up 110% coast to coast, or more than double. November. Thousands more switching to Fatima. So why wait? Buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes. And Mr. Dealer, that's your cue for November. This month, with Thanksgiving and the holidays coming up, I know you'll want to get your full share of all the new Fatima business. Check your Fatima stock tomorrow. Make sure you can take care of the thousands of Americans who are switching to Fatima, insisting on Fatima quality.
The apprehension of the suspect, Jefferson Harold Allen, resulted in clearing 22 cases of burglaries committed over the past 4 months. Allen was indicted on 22 counts of first-degree burglary and received sentence as prescribed by law. First-degree burglary is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for not less than 5 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, only 2.6 patients out of every 100 reaching the most forward hospitals in Korea died later. The comparable figure in World War II was 4.5. According to official medical statements, the almost miraculous success in saving the lives of casualties is owing in part to the prompt use of blood plasma on the battlefield and whole blood in military hospitals. Whole blood reduces shock, a potential killer, and replaces blood lost through bleeding. In the treatment of many battle casualties, there's no substitute for blood. Every American who has given blood can and should feel he personally has contributed directly to the saving of the life of an American boy. This month, your country is short 300,000 pints of blood. Please give your blood and save a life.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Today's the silver anniversary of NBC.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars, broadcast 108. A dead body has been found under the Spring Street Bridge in North Long Beach. That's all. Rolls and clear. Sensational announcement a few weeks ago, Rio Grande revolutionized the gasoline industry. Today, the independent dealers selling Rio Grande's new G-Gas have the gasoline bootleggers on the run. Refiners of sulfuric, carbon-laden gasolines are losing business, regardless of their cut prices, because motorists now know that no gasoline is safe to use unless it equals United States government specification number VBG-101. Rio Grande offers motorists the first low-price gasoline guaranteed to exceed this government specification. Rio Grande's new G-Gas sets a new high-quality standard in the low-price market. If you are tempted to buy cut-price gasoline, first ask to see a written guarantee that it meets government specifications. If it doesn't, don't buy it. Drive into a Rio Grande station. Look at the written guarantee on the G-Gas pump, proving that it exceeds United States government specifications. The new G-Gas is the finest gasoline in the low-price field. But make no mistake, fine as it is, Rio Grande's G-Gas is not as good a value as Rio Grande cracked gasoline. For very little more per gallon, you get 100% efficiency, tetraethyl, and police car performance. You see, Rio Grande's cracked gasoline is refined by a patented process so that it exceeds even government top-grade emergency specifications. That's why police officials of so many communities have chosen cracked in competition with every other gasoline available to power more police cars, ambulances, fire engines, and other emergency equipment than any other brand. So if you are a user of low-priced gasoline, protect yourself by getting Rio Grande's guaranteed G-Gas. But if you want the best buy for your money, more speed, more power, more mileage, more value, then use the gasoline police cars use. Rio Grande Crack. Tonight, Calling All Cars presents as guest artist the well-known English stage and screen star, Miss Elsie Preston, who will be heard in tonight's dramatization in the part of Mrs. Lady Ransom. And now it is our great pleasure to present Sheriff Gene Bisbee of Los Angeles County. Sheriff Bisbee. Good evening, my friends. There's an old saying that there's honor among thieves. During the racketeer days of Prohibition, the press, the literature, and the cinema of the nation made much of this alleged stern code of ethics and honor which prevailed in the underworld. We law enforcement officers who should be in a position to know find little evidence of this asserted quality in the criminal. We find the opposite. There is no honor among thieves. The habitual lawbreaker we find is a conscienceless creature who is interested only in saving himself. The story which we bring you tonight from the office of my Bureau of Investigation tells of a group of self-styled hard guys who operated upon this unsound logic. They ran true to form, just as they all do. But when you bring any would-be big-shot criminal out into the open and take his gun away from him, he becomes the most spineless, loathsome, and skulking parasite our civilization has produced, and foolishly tolerates. Now a word to the youngsters who may be listening. Don't believe that these criminals you hear about on Calling All Cars are dashing, heroic, and romantic figures, for they are not. They are dishonest, lazy, and stupid. Dishonest and lazy because they would rather steal and earn a living. Stupid because they think they can get away with it. And boys and girls, they never do. It is a few days after Christmas in 1932. Mrs. Grace Walsh and two girlfriends who are house guests have just retired when there's a knock at the door. Bertha Gray, one of the guests, goes to the door.
Who's there?
Is Grace home?
Who is it?
I'll send her. Let her hear.
Just a minute. What do you want, Digger?
Never mind what we want.
Well, look here now. You can't push past me like that. Don't you get that? Please, put your hand up and take me outside Bertha. Oh, please.
Come on, I'll let you have it.
Oh, don't point that gun at me. You scare me.
All right, keep quiet then.
Just a minute there, Mrs. Walsh. Where do you think you're going?
Why, what is it?
Back in the bedroom there. I want to talk to you. You two, into the bedroom here.
Who, me?
Yes, you. Joe.
Yeah?
Come on in here. Shorty, frisk the joint.
Okay.
What are you going to do, kill us?
Oh, no, don't worry. You two just sit down on the bed there, back to back. That's it. Now, Joe, tie them together with a bed sheet.
All right.
Fine. Looks like a pair of Siamese twins. Now, Mrs. Walsh, give me a diamond ring.
I haven't any ring.
Listen, lady, I ain't got any time to monkey. Now, you give me those rings or I'll let this jet go right in your face. You look pretty then, wouldn't you? A hot lead slug might make your mascara run a little, huh?
You can't frighten me, you hoodlum.
I ain't trying to. I'm just telling you what's going to happen to you unless you give and give quick.
Oh, tell him, Grace. Let him have the rings. Why, my goodness, he said he shot you. The bullet might kill me, too. He hasn't got the nerve.
Oh, no? I'll give you three to tell me where they are. 1, 2...
Oh, Grace, for heaven's sake, tell him. Are the rings all you want?
What else you got?
Nothing.
You don't think we're interested in you mouths, do you? Where are the rings?
They're hidden in my shoe under the bed.
Huh?
Right in front of you.
Oh, yeah, Is this all there is?
Yes. You can't get anything for those rings now. You know diamonds are cheap.
Oh, no.
Well, you can't get $100 for them.
I'm afraid you're right. That guy sure played us for suckers. Putting a finger on this joint. Well, he said that stuff is worth $1,000.
It cost me nearly $1,000, but you can't get over $100 for them. You try to sell it to a friend. But, of course, I know where you can get more for them.
Where?
I'll buy them back from you.
For how much?
I'll give you $500 for them. They mean a lot to me. They have a sentimental value.
Sell them back to you and have you squawk to the bulls? Not much.
I won't stop. I swear it to you.
You'd better not, Squawk. Look here. See these plugs in this gas? We'll fill you full of them if you squawk.
But I won't. I just want to get my rings back.
Well, I'll get in touch with a man who'll talk to you about it in a couple of days.
Thanks a lot.
And remember, no squawking to the cops.
Aren't you going to untie us?
No, that Moll that's out cold near the room will unleash her when she wakes up. Come on, boys, let's get out of here.
I must say you three are perfect gentlemen.
And a half hour later, the apartment of Mrs. Sadie Ransom, proprietor of the Elite Hotel on South Broadway, the three thugs are crouched around the kitchen table expecting their meal.
Hey, Sadie, got a pair of pliers?
Yes, there is in here.
Bring them in.
Okay, honey.
Sadie, did you call that double-crossing Sox and tell him to get up here?
Yeah.
Can you imagine it singing a joint like that for us? Guaranteeing us that there'll be $1,000 at least in it? No, we get a 3-bum diamond ring.
Here the pliers, honey.
Okay, thanks. Now, just pry these sparklers out of the settings. Oh, the gold away.
Well, how about that one there? That's pretty swell-looking stone. That set in itself ought to be worth something.
All right, we'll keep that one the way it is.
Say, Mickey.
What is it, Joe?
I don't like the look of this thing.
What do you mean?
I want to get out.
Okay, get out.
Yeah, but I want my cut.
How can I give you a cut when I don't know what it's going to be?
Well, you could give me, say, $30, and I'll forget I ever went down there with you.
What's the matter? Got cold feet?
I don't know, Mickey. I just don't like it.
Okay, scram then.
When do I get the dough?
When we puddle the ice, I'll let you know.
Okay, Mickey. No hard feelings.
No, forget it.
You know how it is with the wife and the kids, and I don't want to get in no
Yeah,
trouble.
I know how it is. Now scram.
Well, so long, Mickey.
So long.
What a yellow rat he is.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on him. He'd squeal at the drop of a hat.
Don't you think we ought to bump him off and make sure he don't?
Not yet. Just keep an eye on him. See where that is, will you, Sadie?
Okay. It's set, Mickey.
Send him in here.
Well, boys, how can we go?
Why, you double-crosser, we ought to rub you out.
Now, wait a minute. What's the beef? I ain't done nothing.
You told us there was a grand in rocks down there.
Well, there is.
Here,
Can you get him?
Told us a grand? Look, 3 bum rings. Ain't worth $100. The day myself said so.
You offered to buy him back for $500. That's the most we could get for him anyway.
Now, wait a minute, you guys. How much do you know about diamonds?
Well, anybody can see that these aren't worth anything.
Yeah? That's all you know about it.
We ought to rub you out for giving us a bum steal like this.
I didn't give you no bum steal. I can go out and get $1,000 for this one ring here alone. Alone, what you can get for those 2 smaller ones.
You can?
Sure.
Okay, you take the ring and get $1,000 for it.
Wait a minute, Mickey. You ain't gonna let this cheap pinhorn walk out of here with that rock, are you?
Say, Shorty, I heard about enough out of you.
You ain't heard nothing yet. I got a mind to fix you.
All right, Shorty, cool
I
on.
don't see no sense in letting these smugs have the ring.
Listen, Shorty, he knows where to peddle it and we don't, see?
Well, I'd rather get $100 for it and have the cents in my pocket than let him sell it for $1,000 and never see the color of his money.
I ain't gonna take a powder on you.
How do I know that?
Listen, Shorty, Stocks is on the up and up. He'll do the right thing.
Well, if he don't, I'll take him for a nice long ride.
You sure sound like a tough guy, Shorty.
I know my racket. And I say you don't get the ring.
And I say he does. You want to make something of that?
Well, if he don't waltz back here with a brand, it'll be on your neck too, Mickey.
Don't worry, boys. I'll get you $1,000 for it. I know a gambler down on Spring Street. He'll buy it. To the gambler on Spring Street goes Stock Bloor, the finger man. Within a half hour, he's sitting in the big stock office.
Well, folks, what can I do for you?
One little girl.
I ain't lending money.
I got security.
What?
This rock.
Ain't worth much.
I know it.
Where'd you get it?
What do you care?
I don't.
How much?
Well, let's have $100 on it.
That's okay.
There you are.
Thanks.
And do a little gambling?
Maybe. Stock does a little gambling that night, and before he leaves the joint, he has lost $100. Next morning, Mickey calls him. Hello?
Hello, Pat. This is Mickey.
Yeah?
You get the dough for that ring?
Say, Mickey, I'm in a spot about that.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mickey, I lost the ring.
You lost it?
Yeah.
Where?
If I knew, I'd go find it. I stuck it in my vest pocket when I left your joint last night. When I got downtown, it wasn't there. There was a hole in my pocket.
And all that puts me with Brody.
I know, Mickey, and I'll try to make it up. Just give me a couple of days, and I'll raise some dough somewhere.
You better raise some dough, and you better raise it fast.
And that is the last Mickey hears of Stock. Several days go by, and he and Shorty travel to Long Beach to try to find him, but no one has seen Fox for a week. Shorty is growing impatient. 2 weeks after the robbery, he is sitting with a friend, drinking home blues.
If you ask me, Bill, I think they're pulling a double false on me. My guess is that Stock stole the ring and split the dough with Mickey. I think that mug is holding out.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I never did like Mickey anyway.
Well, you know nobody can double cross me and get away with it.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to have a showdown on this thing right now.
Well, if you need any help, start on me.
Okay, you're in.
What are you going to do for it?
I'm going to call Mickey over at Sadie's place and give him just one more chance. Police Hotel?
Mickey there?
Yeah. Hey, Mickey.
Yeah? Okay. Hello? Mickey's sorry, Mickey. Yeah? Well, I ain't heard from him.
I'm getting tired, Mickey. You get that bill before midnight tonight. I'll be over here at Sears waiting for it. And I'll bring it freely.
What was it, honey?
Nothing. I just got 12 hours to live, that's all.
But Mickey does not wait until this night. By 8 o'clock on the evening of January 17th, he enters Bill's apartment.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Mickey.
Oh, Mickey. Have some beer.
I never touch it, you know that.
Okay. I forgot.
Well, how about it, Mickey? You got the dough?
No. Now, look here, Shorty. You got to be reasonable about this.
I've been
thing.
reasonable, Mickey. Now I want that dough.
Did I tell you I can't find Stock?
I told you not to give him the rock in the first place.
I know you did, but I thought he was on the up and up. How was I to know he crosses up?
Well, I could tell by looking at him.
Anyway, I don't think he has crossed us up. He lost the ring and he's trying to raise the dough somewhere.
Oh, yeah?
Sure. Naturally, you don't want to get in touch with me until he has it.
Mickey, you talk like a baby now.
Well, I believe his story.
Well, I don't. Now, listen. I'll give you until midnight to get that dough.
I know, but Christ, what do you want me to do? Blow up a bank? I can't do anything. My hands are tied.
Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go down to Long Beach and try and find that house. And if we do, we'll get that dough out of him or drop him off the dock in a barrel of wet cement. I'm sick and tired of this stuff.
I want to see him just as bad as you do.
Yeah, I'll bet you do. Come along, Bill. We might need your help.
Yeah. You might have said.
The three men get into Mrs. Ransom's car, which Shorty had previously borrowed, and start for Long Beach. But they never arrive. As they are approaching the Spring Street Bridge over the San Gabriel River north of the city.
Got any idea where you're going to look for Stock?
Yeah, I have, Mickey.
How about you here, Shorty?
This is what you mean. Pull up.
There's nothing out here. No houses, nothing. What is Stock be doing out here?
I ain't interested in that. Get out.
What for?
Don't give me your argument. Get out.
What's the big idea, Shorty?
This is the showdown. You understand?
Yes, but...
I'm doing the talking. Your turn will come next. I want to know what you did with the money from that rock.
I never got no money for that rock. I told you the truth. Stock stole me and told me he lost it, and I ain't seen him or the ring since.
You're lying, Mickey. Stock stole that ring and you split the dough.
That isn't true, Shorty.
Listen, Mickey. Nobody's ever double-crossed me and got away with it. Now, what'd you do with your cut of the money?
I ain't got no cut, Shorty. I swear to God I ain't.
What is this stuff arguing with him, Shorty? Give it to him. Mother knows.
No, Shorty, Bill, for God's sake, don't. I've been telling you the truth. I swear I
Now,
don't.
you can't take it, huh, Mickey?
Sure I can take it. Sure I can. I got more guts than you ever had. I ain't got nothing to lose but my life. I'm clean. I'm on the up and up. Go on, rub me out. Rub me out and see if you can take it. You're a big shot with a rod in your face, ain't you? You're a cheap little hijacker.
Yeah.
Well, can't you do a better job on that?
Here. That should do it. Come on, Bill. Let's dump him over this bridge here. Come on. There he goes.
office. Barnes speaking.
There's a dead man down here. He's been shot.
And where?
Under the Twin Street Bridge, where Twin Street crosses the San Gabriel River north of Long Beach.
Who's speaking?
Well, I don't want to tell you.
Why not?
Well, I was out with some other guy's wife when I found the body. I don't want to be mixed up in this. You just come on down here. You'll find it.
Captain Bright and Deputy Sheriff Brewster, Fentrey, Contreras, Hutchinson, and Barnard drive quickly to the scene of the crime, where they find Mickey's body drilled by bullets lying in the mud of the river bottom. While powerful automobile searchlights play on the scene, the officers go over every square inch of ground for speed.
Yes? Italy. What is it, Fentrey? Hard. I just found the victim's coat. Light Hotel, South Broadway. Mr. Sadie Ransom, proprietor. Connor, go to this address and see if you can get a line on this spot. Better take the hat and watch along with you and bring this wrench and move down to the morgue to identify the body. It'll be there by the time you arrive. Yes, sir. Right away.
And while Deputy Sheriff Warner is speeding toward Los Angeles, Shorty returns to the hotel.
Oh, Shorty, I've been going nearly crazy. Where is it? Where's Mickey?
Take it easy, baby. Take it easy.
What you doing? What happened?
Mickey and South Road double crossing.
What do you mean? Shorty, where's Mickey? For Pete's sake, tell me.
Mickey's dead. I bumped him off.
Oh!
I'll pipe down your excuses, sir. He's dead, see?
Dead? Mickey dead? No. No. I can't believe it.
It's so.
And you killed him?
Yes.
I love you so, Shorty. Oh, Shorty.
He's double crossing. He told me he and South stole the ring and spit the dough. We had a fight. He took a pass at me and I let him have it. Listen, baby, get this straight. This is the fourth guy that double-crossed me, and they've all gone the same way. There's none of them double-crossed me and get away from it. You get me?
Shorty, I bet you...
Okay, then keep the track back. Probably suppose now. I'm taking powder. You talk to him, you don't know nothing, see?
Yes? What is it?
Is this one of your cards?
Yes. Why?
I'm from the sheriff's office.
What's the matter? Is anything wrong?
Yes. You recognize this hat and wristwatch?
Why, yes. I think they belong to Mickey Owner, a boarders man.
That's fine. Put on your hat and coat. We're going to the morgue. Where have you got that Long Beach shooting posted? Right there behind you. Pull down the seat, will you? Thanks. Well, is that the body of Mickey Arno, your boarder, Mrs. Ransom?
And the next morning, Captain Blight holds a council of war with his men, who have spent half the night setting up on Mickey Arno's friends, acquaintances, and relatives.
Well, boys, what have you got? Well, after Mrs. Ransom identified the body, she took me out to Compton, where I interviewed Arno's brother-in-law. From him, I learned the identity of Joe Enciante. He's been mixed up with Arno in some shady deals. I asked Contreras to bring him in.
Where is he now, Contreras?
I got him outside, Captain.
Good. We'll question him a little later. Hello? Yes, he's right here. Just a minute. To you, Barnard.
Oh, thanks, sir. Hello? Yes? It is, eh? Okay, I'll be right out. Hey, he's just walked into Mrs. Ransom. You see, another fellow of Arno's. Mrs. Ransom promised me she'd tip me off if you came around. I'll see you later, boys.
Okay. Better bring me this man of yours, Contreras.
Yes, sir. All right, come on in, Sandy. Yes, sir. Sit down. Over there.
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Joe Enciante.
Did you kill Mickey Arno?
No.
Who did?
I don't know.
Do you know Mickey Arno?
Yes.
How long?
About 4 months.
You know Shorty Hayes?
Yes.
What did you kill Mickey for?
I didn't kill him.
Now, we know you're mixed up in some shady deals with him.
I ain't mixed up in murder. I got a wife and kids. I ain't hot.
What jobs were you on with Mickey?
Oh, I wasn't on any jobs with him.
We know different.
Well, only one.
Where?
Well, I only drove the car down and drove it back. I'm clean, I tell you. I just drove Mickey down there. Mickey and Shorty. Then I drove them back, and they showed me some diamonds when they got back.
How many diamonds?
Oh, a couple of 3 rings. I'm clean, I tell you.
When was this?
On Christmas week sometime.
Sounds like that Grace Walsh robbery, Jeb.
Right.
What did you murder Annie for?
I didn't murder Mickey. I ain't seen Mickey since that night. All right, I was in on that robbery. But I didn't do no bump off.
All right, then. Start talking about that robbery. And while Deputy Sheriff Barner speeds toward Mrs. Ransom's hotel, Joe Entreante still tells the details of the Great Waltz robbery. Talks fast to save his neck from the long stretch from which there is no rebound. And at the hotel of Mrs. Ransom.
Oh, Mrs. Ransom, what is it?
He just went out for packing his cigarettes.
What is this, a runaround?
No, I swear it isn't. Come in. Sit down. He'll be back in a minute.
I told you to keep him here.
It's okay. He'll be back. I ain't holding back on you. I got a little girl. I ain't getting mixed up in trouble.
When did he come back?
About half hour ago.
What did he say?
Well, he said, I read the paper, and I told him you were looking for him. And he said, what for? And I said, they want to question Mickey's friend. They got Joe this morning, and he turned around real quick and he said, what?
They did, eh?
And I said, Shorty, I said, don't you think you better report him? I told him I promised to call you, and he said, okay, call the bull. I can prove my alibi, all right?
And then you let him go again.
No, I didn't. Listen, here he comes up the stairs now.
I hope.
This is Deputy Sheriff Barner, Shorty.
Yeah? Yeah. I want to ask you a few questions, Shorty.
Okay with me.
Want to take a ride down to the captain's office?
Sure, I just love to ride in police cars. Come on, let's go.
Cocky, self-assured, Shorty Hayes accompanies Deputy Sheriff Barnett to headquarters, there to face Captain Bright.
What's your name?
Fred Hayes.
Ever been arrested before?
Yes, twice.
What for?
Shooting fast once, paid a $10 fine.
And the second time?
Picked up for drunk, then they let me go.
This picture here, Marcellus County number 72228. Who is that Ermine Hayes? You?
Yes.
An alias, huh?
Yes?
Who is Fred Bates?
I don't know.
Fred Miller.
Never heard of him.
And Joe Miller. That's the one that wrote the joke book.
I don't know.
Really, your memory is bad. Because they're all aliases for Fred Hayes. How many times have you been in this jail?
Twice. Only 2 times I've been in jail my life.
Oh, come on now, Shorty. You've got a record as long as my arm. It's all here on this card. Suspicious of burglary, forgery, passing bad checks. You've been on the bad book for 5 years. You're an ex-con, and you served 2 years at a 14-year sleep in Clinton. Isn't that right?
Well, what are you asking me for? You didn't know all about me.
You're darn right I do, and a lot more. Now, why did you kill Mickey Erno?
I didn't kill Mickey Erno.
Ever own a gun?
No.
And what do you carry empty shells around in your pocket for? Sound like loose change?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You showed Mrs. Ransom a handful of empty shells after you came back and told her that you bumped off Eno. Now, why did you do that?
I ain't talking.
No? Well, that won't do you any good. What did you do with the diamonds you stole from Mrs. Walsh in Long Beach Christmas week?
I ain't talking.
And how about that poor girl you smacked in the kisser?
I never smacked any woman in the kisser.
No? And Mrs. Ransom tells you she was threatening to bump her off if she talked.
Well, I can take the truth, but I ain't going around smacking dames or threatening any dames.
You got some interesting witnesses lined up who will say you did. Mrs. Walsh has already identified your picture.
I never smacked any dames except that ma I hit with a beer bottle once. I didn't hurt her none, and she had to come to her anyway.
Now, we got Joe Entreante upstairs, and he told us all about that robbery in Long Beach. And the boys are bringing in Fox Brewer. And Mrs. Ransom is worried more about her little daughter's future than she is about your threat. And she told us all that she knows. And that'll be enough to put you in a tough spot.
Listen, I can take it, see? You can't scare me.
I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to make you see sense.
Looks like I'm going away for a long time. Looks like my neck's going to stretch. But I can take it, see? Boy, how I can take it. You can't scare me. You can't make me talk. I'm hot.
Who was in on this job with you?
I ain't talking.
Why did you bump off Mickey?
I ain't talking.
Why did you bump off Mickey Erno?
I ain't talking only
what?
Only I can take it, see? Boy, how I can take it. Go ahead, stretch my neck. I can take it like a man.
Chief Criminal Deputy Sheriff Bright and his assistant officers got them all. Shorty Hayes received a life term in San Quentin for murder, and Bill Doolin, his partner in crime, got the same measure of justice. Fox Brewer went to San Quentin for robbery, and Joe Entreante, pleading guilty to robbery, got 2 years in the county road camp and 8 more years probation. The ironic part of the thing is that Mickey Erno had been honest with Shorty, but Shorty operated on the opposite theory from that of your law enforcement officers. With him, everyone was guilty until he proved himself innocent, and he didn't give hapless Mickey Erno the chance to make the proof.
Thank you, Justice Hayes. free. To boys and girls, Rio Grande offers free gifts. And to all motorists, Rio Grande offers more speed than you can ever use, more power than you'll ever need, more mileage, more value for your money. You get all these extra features free with every gallon of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. And it costs you no more to buy this tetraethyl-treated gasoline, refined by the most costly and elaborate cracking process known. This patented process gives you something found in no other gasoline. Police car performance.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars. Cancellation brought to 108. Regarding a dead body found north of Long Beach. This case is now closed. That's all. Closed and closed.
Get your latest copy of the Calling All Cars News, given away wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the western United States were first opened to settlers, gun law ruled the range. It was then that the masked rider of the plains rode in the cause of justice. No one did more to bring law and order to the frontier, and white man and Indian alike turned to him for help. His reputation for fairness was only exceeded by his reputation for courage. Now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Maine Bear's village in the hills. Troubles waiting there. Hi-yo, Silver!
Lame Bear and Running Cloud were the chiefs of two Indian tribes that had long been friendly. Black Fox, Running Cloud's medicine man, however, was jealous of Lame Bear's wealth and at every opportunity tried to create ill feeling. As our first act opens, night has fallen. Lame Bear's village is silent while his people sleep. But not far away, a group of men dressed to resemble Running Cloud's braves ride slowly toward the village. We hear their leader, Max Yeager, as he whispers to the man beside him.
Ain't that the chief's wigwam ahead, Lige?
Yeah, that's the one.
Wonder if the girl is in it.
You mean the chief's daughter?
Yeah.
She must be. Leastways, Black Fox said she'd be there.
We don't want nothing to go wrong.
It won't. We won't give them Redskins a chance to get set. We gotta move fast. If any of those Indian suspicions were whites instead of some of Running Cloud's braves, our scheme won't work.
Where's Dirk?
Right beyond you.
Dirk?
Yeah?
Come here.
What do you want?
We can't go much closer without their hearing us. When I give a yell, you fellas make all the noise you can with your guns.
We'll do that.
But don't say nothing. If you do, they'll catch on that we are whites.
We'll be careful.
Me and Lige will grab the girl.
Just the two of us?
Two'll be enough. You keep watch, Dirk. When you see us ride off, the rest of you follow.
Right.
And remember, plenty of gunfire.
We'll make them think Running Cloud's whole tribe is after them.
Got your guns ready, fellas?
Yeah, ready, man.
Then let's go.
Get up, get up.
The outlaws thundered down upon the village, their guns blazing. The Indians, confused by the sudden uproar, tumbled forth from their tents in bewildered alarm. While Dirk and the others engaged the attention of the tribe, Max Yeager and Lige, unnoticed in the turmoil, rode swiftly to Lame Bear's tent. There they dismounted and made their way inside with drawn guns.
There she is.
I got her.
Uncle, go for
Shut her mouth. Give me your bandana.
Here.
You fixed it? Just a second.
I'll give you a hand.
Wildcat.
Put her on your saddle. We gotta hurry.
I'm hurrying all I can.
Redskins will be getting organized pretty quick.
Here's the horses. Help me lift her.
She's a fierce one.
There she is. Get on your horse.
Steady there.
I'll hold on to her.
Come on, they've seen us.
They're running this way. Come on, get up. Running Cloud, he'll not hold me.
Chief Lame Bear, convinced that his daughter had been seized by Running Cloud's braves, called his tribe together. War drums began to beat out the threat of revenge, and their primitive rhythms reached even the small camp of the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto.
Tonto, you hear those drums?
Oh, Tonto here.
Those must be war drums.
That means plenty big trouble.
What Indians are in this country, Kimasabi?
Lame Bear tribe here. But him tribe not big.
I've heard of him.
Running Cloud tribe here. Him got big tribe.
Do you think war is broken out between the two tribes?
Lame Bear, Running Cloud, heap good friend.
If they're friends, I can't understand those war drums. No whites live in this country.
Not right.
There comes a rider.
Him Indian.
Perhaps he saw our camp.
That's Swift Eagle. Him friend Tonto. How, Swift Eagle?
How, Tonto?
Tonto, plenty glad see you.
Swift Eagle here. Good friend Tonto, come this way.
Swift Eagle. What do those war drums mean?
There plenty trouble.
Yes?
Men come. Men take no Nokomis.
Oh, her daughter, Chief Lame Bear.
Lame Bear's daughter was captured?
Bad men come at night.
Lame Bear think Running Cloud braves do. Swift Eagle think bad Paleface do.
White men?
Them not ride like Indian. Me think Paleface paint like Indian. Fool 'em, Lame Bear.
White men painted like Indians. Max Yeager and his gang are supposed to be hiding somewhere in this territory. I wonder...
What you think?
Perhaps they captured Nokomis. But why?
Maybe Black Fox pay 'em wampum.
Black Fox. Him medicine man and Running Cloud tribe.
But why would Black Fox hire Max Yeager?
Long time now, him try make trouble. Lame Bear own many horse, much wampum. Black Fox want.
And you think that perhaps Black Fox hired Max and his gang to seize Nokomis and make Lame Bear believe that Running Cloud is to blame?
That right.
Did you tell Lame Bear you suspected his daughter was taken by white men?
Swift Eagle tell him not believe.
I see.
Me hear Tonto nearby. Think maybe Tonto help Swift Eagle.
Tonto glad do that.
Of course we'll help you.
Lame Bear make war on Running Cloud. Running Cloud maybe kill Lame Bear.
Tonto told me that Running Cloud's tribe was larger than your tribe. Black Fox is probably counting on that. If he could bring about war between the two tribes, Lame Bear would be defeated. And as medicine man, he'd get most of the loot. Here, Silver.
What you do?
Tonto, we'll have to find out whether or not Swift Eagle's suspicions are right. We must prevent a war between the two tribes if possible.
Here, Paint Horse.
Yep. But to do that, we must move fast.
War drum, call brave together.
And when they gather, Lame Bear will attack. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, Paint Horse.
In the meantime, Max Yeager and his gang, with their captive, the Indian maiden Nokomis, raced toward Running Cloud's village. When they approached their destination, they circled the village and reined in their horses before the teepee of Black Fox, which stood some distance away.
Black Fox, where are you?
There he comes.
You do what Black Fox tell you? He sure did. There's the girl. Where he aimed to put her.
You put in teepee.
Ain't that kind of risky? You don't want nobody to find her.
Indian afraid medicine man. Them not go in teepee. I reckon he's right, Max. I never seen the Indian yet that wasn't scared to death to go into a medicine man's tent. You do.
Help the girl off the horse line.
Yeah, but I ain't taking that gag off. She'd start yelling and Running Cloud would get wise right off.
Leave the gag on and tie her up when you take her inside.
Right. All right, there. Here you come.
Hurry, get her out of sight.
Yeah. Come along now and don't try to make no trouble.
Well, we done our share, Black Fox.
Good.
When do you figure on paying us off?
Me pay by and by.
We're not gonna
Lame
wait.
Bear come, make big fight. Running Cloud beat Lame Bear. Then Black Fox pay you wampum.
What we want is gold.
You get plenty gold.
Max, you better be getting this pain stuff off us. If any of the Redskins sees us this way, they're sure to suspicion something.
Yeah.
If Running Cloud asks you question, you not savvy.
You can depend on us. We won't do no talking.
Yeah.
We'll pretend like we was never anywhere near Lame Bear's village. There's one thing, Black Fox.
What, that?
Running Cloud don't like us any too much. You gotta see that he lets us alone.
Him not hurt friend medicine man.
Well, see that he don't. Come on, fellas. Get cleaned up and see what happens
next. In Lame Bear's village, the braves gathered for revenge. The drums beat a savage accompaniment to the war chant that whipped the men's courage into a murderous fury. Then, at a shout from Lame Bear, their chief, the painted braves leaped to the backs of their wiry little mounts.
Iata! Sante Monica! Kokayo! Koaka! Meata Kola! Mine Tolo! Utapa! Soho! Kolepe!
Kabela Kimo Take.
What did Swift Eagle say, Tonto?
Him say him bring friend.
Find out if Chief Lame Bear can speak English.
Emo Taha Koli Peduka. Lame Bear talk, white man talk. What man with mask won't say?
Chief, Swift Eagle has told us that he believes white outlaws, not Running Cloud's braves, captured your daughter.
That not true. Them not have white skin. Them dark, like Indian.
But they might have painted their skins.
Me see Running Cloud brave.
It was dark when it happened, Lame Bear. You could easily have been mistaken.
Swift Eagle tell you that. Him make mistake, not Lame Bear.
Paleface take no comers. Me no.
Wait. You were getting ready to ride against Running Cloud's village, weren't you? I've been told that until now there have been many years of friendship between your tribe and his.
Many, many moons past, we smoke pipe of peace.
But if you make war now, death will come to your people and his.
That not matter.
Did you know there are white outlaws in this country?
White men in Running Cloud village. Me hear that.
Perhaps Black Fox hired them to pretend to be Indians.
Why him do that?
Swift Eagle tells me Black Fox has tried for a long time to start trouble between the two tribes. Will you give me a chance to prove that Black Fox and White Outlaw stole your daughter?
Black Fox make plenty big medicine. You not fool Black Fox.
Perhaps my medicine is more powerful than his.
Lame Bear, you do what man with mask say.
I have a plan, Lame Bear.
What's that?
If you wish, we'll go to Running Cloud's village first and see what he has to say about this. You wouldn't wish to go on the war path against a man who had not harmed you, would you?
Me never turn against friend.
Good. Then, if Running Cloud denies taking Nokomis, I'll make magic stronger than that of Black Fox. Do you agree?
You talk with straight tongue. Me do.
Then tell your braves to put down their arms until we come back, Lame Bear.
Me pesu. Corona Palu.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. After the Lone Ranger had persuaded Lame Bear that Running Cloud might not have been responsible for his daughter's disappearance, the old chief rode with the masked man and Tonto to Running Cloud's village.
Is that Running Cloud standing over there?
That him.
He's seen us. Now remember, let me handle this. You promised me you wouldn't start trouble unless he gave you cause.
Lame Bear never break word.
Here he is.
Okay, Tom.
Oh, Lame Bear.
How?
Lame Bear, tell him we're friends who wish to speak to him.
Seta ko, micha, milega, tempe io mate.
Oh, mate. Man with mask. Lame Bear say you him friend.
That's so, Running Cloud.
What you want?
Running Cloud, men with evil hearts have stolen Lame Bear's daughter.
What that?
She was taken last night.
Me plenty sad hear him that.
You send 'em brave.
Wait, Lame Bear. Running Cloud, the men who did this thing appeared to be Indians.
But who do that? Lame Bear have no enemy.
Lame Bear thought some of your braves did it.
That not true.
But Swift Eagle suspected that it might be the work of white men. He claimed they were painted to resemble Indians.
Me not know.
You have white men in your village.
Them friend, Black Fox. Him great medicine man.
And you haven't seen Nokomis?
Running Cloud not see.
Is Black Fox here?
Me call Black Fox. Volta! Red Fox key!
There, Black Fox.
Hola, pe! Kimo! Take Kimo!
Him bring white man.
Looks like Max Yeager. The law's been hunting for him for a long time.
Him plenty bad fella.
Sito, no Dali. Man with mask, say white men take Nokomis.
Man with mask, lie.
What's the masked fella trying to do, Black Fox? Make trouble first?
Him tell a lie.
Black Fox, you know nothing about the disappearance of Lame Bear's daughter?
What you mean?
I mean exactly this. I think your outlaw friends and you were responsible for the raid on Lame Bear's camp.
Why,
You bloody fool.
You say anything more like that?
Careful, Max.
Him got gun.
How'd you know my name?
I know plenty about you and your men, Max. Listen to me. Black Fox, you're a medicine man.
Me make plenty big medicine.
And so do I. We're going to find out which one of us has the most power.
What that for?
Black Fox has caused the trouble between you and Lame Bear, Running Cloud. If my magic is stronger than his, it'll prove the truth of what I say. If it isn't, then Black Fox is telling the truth.
Black Fox not afraid.
You accept my challenge?
It's up to some trick, Black Fox.
White man's medicine not strong like Black Fox.
We'll see about that.
What you do?
I'll give Black Fox the advantage. We'll use his rifle. I'll stand while he shoots at me. If my medicine turns his bullets, then I'll shoot. And we'll see if Black Fox's medicine can protect him.
You plenty brave man.
Don't do it, Black Fox.
Man with mask speak fair. Black Fox do, or Black Fox coward.
Me do.
Good.
One day from now.
Why not now?
Me speak with great spirit. Me make big medicine. Then Black Fox kill man with mask.
I'll wait. But tomorrow at this time, we meet.
Lame Bear and the Masked Man returned to their camp while the Lone Ranger explained his plan to Tonto and the Indian chief. The remainder of the day passed without a move from either party. But that evening, Max Yeager and his men gathered in Black Fox's teepee.
Well, Black Fox, what's on your mind?
You kill man with mask.
Huh? Thought you said you was doing that tomorrow.
Me not fool.
So you did figure the masked hombre was up to some trick after all.
I get it. You agreed to that proposition of his because you had to. But you ain't taking no chances on it going through.
That's right.
What's your scheme?
Man with mask make camp with Lame Bear.
Sure, they're down the valley away.
Me look. Him not sleep near other.
That's right, Max. I was watching from the top of the hill, and I seen the masked fella spread his blankets away from the rest of the camp.
Yeah?
You take men. You go there.
You mean we had to sneak up on him tonight and put him out of the way?
If Lame Bear's braves was to hear a gun, they'd have our scalps.
You not use gun.
Huh?
Here, knife. That quiet, like wolf. Take knife. Oh, him dead.
That ain't a bad idea.
Them sleep. You go now.
This is as good a time as any, I reckon.
Yeah. How's the girl holding up, Black Fox?
Nokomis? Well.
You ought to get rid of her. You can't ever let her go or she'll do too much talking.
Me not kill her. He sell for slave.
You sure don't miss no tricks.
Well, come on, fellas.
It's plenty dark. Shouldn't run much chance of being seen.
Get mounted. Steady there. Steady.
You kill man with mask. Me pay more gold.
You just leave that to us. Ready, fellas?
Ready, Max.
Well, then come on.
Get up. Come on, get up. Get up. Come on, get up.
Max led his men down the valley toward Lame Bear's camp. They rode as far as possible on horseback, then, at a signal from their leader, reined in their horses.
From here on, we can't make no noise. We'll be careful. The masked man's over this way somewhere.
Yeah.
Dick, you and the rest of the fellas can keep watch while me and Lige sneaks up on him.
Won't you need our help?
Not less than something goes wrong. If we're discovered, you keep the engines off on us.
We'll do that.
We must be getting close.
Yeah. This is far enough for you fellas, Dirk.
Then we'll wait right here.
Come on, Lige.
Be mighty careful.
Max, what's that up ahead?
Quiet.
Looks like somebody rolled up in his blankets.
It's the masked man.
He's sure sleeping sound.
He ain't stirring at all.
You got the knife?
Right here. You let me handle this.
Sure.
Careful. He ain't hurt us.
One blow ought to do the trick.
Yeah. And I'll turn that trick right now.
Morning came at last, and preparations were made in Running Cloud's village for the coming contest between the medicine man, Black Fox, and the Lone Ranger. The great plain outside the village was chosen for the site. There, as the time approached, the Indians gathered and raised their voices in a weird ceremonial chant. Soon, Chief Running Cloud and Black Fox pushed their way through the crowd and stepped into a space that had been kept clear for them.
Black Fox, where man with mask?
Maybe him afraid. Him not come soon, him coward.
Me not think that.
What that?
There comes good friend Lame Bear.
Ni pelo, don't take it.
Wait and pay loca. Great Chief Lame Bear. Where man with mask?
Him come.
Oh, Silver. No more. Oh, Silver.
You come.
You didn't expect me, did you, Black Fox? I proved last night that my medicine is stronger than yours, or I wouldn't be alive today.
You talk like Fox.
I believe you understand me.
You ready now, man with mask?
I am.
You ready, Black Fox?
You have your rifle with you, Black Fox?
Here, rifle.
As we're using your gun, I think I should be allowed to fire one practice shot.
That not right.
What matter, Black Fox? You afraid?
Me not afraid.
Then do what man with mask say.
I want to fire one shot only to see how the gun aims.
You take.
Thanks. I'll aim at that tree over there. There. Now I'll load it again for you. See, there's no trick. I'm dropping the bullet down the barrel. There you are. Better take this ramrod and see that the bullet's in place.
Me do.
Man with mask stand there. Black Fox fire first.
We agreed to that.
You ready?
I'll take my position. My magic keeps the bullet from hurting me. Then Black Fox must stand while I fire.
Me make big medicine. Pale-face medicine, not strong like mine.
Black Fox, the white man's magic is stronger than yours.
Black Fox, take aim.
Me aim.
Me raise hand. When hand drop, Black Fox fire.
That's good.
You ready?
Me ready.
Watch hand.
Metal.
Man with mask make great medicine.
Him not hurt.
Thunder Spirit, here, Black Fox.
Black Fox, you aimed right at me. My power carries your bullet. Now I'll shoot.
Me not want to get killed.
That was our bargain.
No.
Black Fox, you big coward.
Black Fox, I have the right to shoot you. That was our agreement. But I'll give you your life on one condition.
What that?
Tell us when Nokomis is hidden.
Me not
Would
know.
you rather die?
Black Fox not know. Black Fox...
Very well. Take your position where I stood. We'll see if your medicine can protect you.
Wait! Me tell?
Yes?
What?
Nokomis. In Black Fox teepee. Her not hurt.
If she is, you'll die anyhow.
Me take good care, Nokomis.
Me get her.
Wait, Lame Bear. I think Tonto's gone for her. He'll bring your daughter here safely.
That good.
Running Cloud not know Black Fox do this thing.
I know you didn't, Running Cloud. Black Fox attempted to start a war between you and Lame Bear. He hired Max Jig and his men to paint themselves like Indians so that Lame Bear would blame you for the crime. If there were war, you were the strongest tribe. Then, being the medicine man, Black Fox would have taken the biggest share of the spoils.
Black Fox pay for this.
Yes, Running Cloud. But I have one thing to ask.
You ask. Me plenty glad do.
Last night, Max and his outlaws tried to murder me, but Tonto and I expected them. We made them prisoners.
That good.
They should be tried by the white man's justice. I want you to promise to take them and Black Fox to town.
Running Cloud do what man with mask say.
Good.
No, call me. You come, my daughter.
Come, Tonto.
Lame Bear,
I'm glad we saved the friendship between Lame Bear and Running Cloud Kemosabe.
That good thing.
Steady, old fellow.
Oh, no.
I wonder if Black Fox knew that the bullet I put in his rifle was made only of mud.
Me not know.
It's an old trick of the Indian medicine men. If he realized what I had done, he wouldn't dare say anything.
Why that?
Because if he did, it would expose a trick he himself has used.
That's plenty good.
Hi-yo, Silver!
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Names, dates, and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
Daytime radio listening is a big part of Mrs. America's way of life. And on NBC, daytime radio is a big part of our overall schedule of top listening entertainment. Tune here tomorrow and each day, Monday through Friday, for such smile-provoking programs as Double or Nothing with your genial quizmaster, Walter O'Keefe, Strike It Rich, the program with a heart presided over by Warren Hull, and Welcome Travelers, bringing Tommy Bartlett's interesting interviews with travelers in the Windy City. Radio also gets its ears boxed every day when Bob and Ray satirize the industry which made them famous. Later, Dave Garroway strolls through a pleasant quarter hour of enjoyable radio listening and invites you to join him for the proceedings. Yes, all through the day, NBC presents America's most popular radio programs: comedy, drama, music, and information. So if you suffer from the housework blues, let us brighten your day with the entertainment available on this station of the NBC Radio Network. Join us tomorrow morning, won't you? And now, today's Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called Cover Up.
It is 8 o'clock on the morning of Thursday, July 4th, 1946. 17 miles north of Lenape, Texas, farmer Lee Gaynor crosses the cornfields to the farm of Russell Hines, his neighbor and closest friend. When he reaches his friend's house, Gaynor goes up on the front porch, opens the door, and walks in.
Russ, where are you? Russ, you back there in the bedroom?
Who are you?
What are you doing here?
You get out of here, please. You can't come in.
What do you mean I can't come in? Who are you? What are you doing with that pail of water?
I just cleaned up the floor. Now you go. You can't stay.
That's so fast. Where's Mr. Hines?
He's gone. He said don't let nobody in the house, so please, you go out, huh?
I'm not going anywhere. Not till I get this straight. Now, where'd he go?
I don't know, senor. He said that he go on vacation. That's all he said.
Well, his car's outside. He couldn't go nowhere without his car.
Well, he did. He go for 2 weeks.
I don't believe it. Mr. Hines is my best friend. He wouldn't go off like that without telling me.
Well, he did.
You're lying. Who are you? What you doing here?
I work here.
No, you don't. I never saw you before.
Senor Hines, he hired me this morning before he leave.
You laughed, huh? How come his watch and glasses and all the rest of his stuff is still on the dresser? Hey, where's his wallet?
I don't know. I didn't take
I
it.
think you did. Now, let's see what you got. Wait a minute. What's that on the floor?
Where?
Right where I'm pointing. This looks like blood.
Oh, see, that is Senor Hines.
And on the bed, too. What did you do to him?
Nothing.
Where is he? You tell me or I beat it out of you.
Please, senor, he have a nosebleed. He tell me to clean up the blood, that's all, I swear.
You're lying. You tell me what you did with Mr. Hines. You tell me quick or I kill you.
I did nothing. Let me go, senor.
I said tell me.
I did not.
I'll kill you.
You asked for this, senor. You not let me. I did not.
Come back here, you. I'll get you, you lousy killer.
Lee Gaynor chased the stranger across the fields and into a wooded area. When the man ducked into the woods, Gaynor lost sight of him and was unable to pick up his trail. He then returned to his friend's house and called Sheriff Art Buckley, who in turn requested aid from the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned and arrived at the farmhouse shortly after the sheriff.
There's the blood on the floor, Ranger. He's trying to clean it up with that bucket of water. And there on the bed, blood splattered all over the pillow.
You say this fellow told you Mr. Hines had a nosebleed?
Yeah, but I don't believe that. Russ never had a nosebleed in his life, and I've known him since we was kids. I tell you, that Mexican killed him.
You know if anything's missing?
Yeah, Russ's wallet. Take a look at this dresser. Everything else is here except that. Here's his comb and his glasses. Now, I know Russ better than I know my own brother, and I tell you, he wouldn't go anywhere without his specs.
It makes it look bad, all right. Yeah. You know how much money your friend was carrying in that wallet?
Just about. Russ drew $300 out of the bank on Tuesday morning. He was fixing to buy a Guernsey from Dave Morgan.
Is that your friend's car parked out in front?
Yeah, he sure wouldn't be going anyplace without that.
Why don't we try to pick up that Mexican's trail? He might still be out in the woods.
Well, he was heading into the hills when I lost him, Ranger. Might be afraid to come out.
Yeah. Did you look around to see if you could find Mr. Hines in the barn, any place like that?
No, I didn't. Stayed in the house waiting for you to come.
Now, just where did you chase that fellow?
Into the woods over there.
Any other farms over that way?
Not on this side of the hills.
There's a good chance he's still out there. I'll get my horse from the trailer and see if I can pick up his tracks. In the meantime, Sheriff, why don't you look around near the house?
Sure thing, Jace. I'll see you later. Now go along, Ranger. I know that hill country pretty good.
All right. Maybe you can identify that Mexican if we catch up to him.
He's got an awful big head start on us.
Yeah, but if he's still on foot, he won't get far. I took charcoal out of the trailer while Gaynor got one of the horses from the corral. To save time, he didn't saddle up but rode bareback. We went to the spot in the woods where Gaynor lost sight of the man. A short distance away, I picked up his tracks. They were fairly easy to follow, and for 20 minutes we covered a good deal of ground. Then near the hills, the trail petered out.
I can't find any signs of him over here, Ranger.
We better spread out a little more. Hey, wait a minute. Ooh, Charlie.
Find something?
Yeah, here they are.
Oh, get up. Now they are. I swear we lost him good. Oh, boy.
Turned here. Tracks swing over that way.
Where? I don't see him.
Look right along there. See how that brush is trampled?
Oh, yeah. Sure got better eyes for tracking than I have.
Get up, Charlie. What's down this way?
The road swings around in a loop.
Looks like he was heading for it. Come on.
Get up, boy.
Unless somebody's giving him a lift, maybe we can catch up to him.
There's the road over there, Ranger. You can see it through that break in the brush.
Yeah. And there's someone walking along that shoulder right now.
That's him. He's the one. Up, Charlie. Come on. He's running. Hold up, mister. Hey, you!
Go away! Go away!
Stop! Right there!
No!
Hold up, I said.
Whoa, Charlie. Whoa. This is him, all right. You lousy skunk.
What do you want from me, senor?
All right, stand still while I frisk you.
Why you do this? What are you looking for?
Just checking to see if you're carrying any weapons. Are you the one working back there in that farmhouse?
No.
Don't lie to me.
I didn't do nothing.
What's your name?
Carlos Mendoza.
Let's see your wallet.
Here.
Only $40 in here. Where's the rest of it?
That's all I got.
Why'd you kill him?
I didn't.
Where's Mr. Hines? What'd you do with him?
I didn't do nothing. He hired me. He go on vacation like I told you.
Lie. I'll make you talk.
Hold it,
Gainer. Tell him around, Ranger. I'll make him tell the truth.
You're not going to touch him, hear me?
Lie. You're going to let him get away with killing Russ? I want to see justice.
We'll see justice done in the courts, not the way you want to do it. All right, Mendoza. Let's get back to the house. We took Carlos Mendoza back to the farmhouse where we joined the sheriff. His deputies had arrived and were searching the area for Russell Hines. Mendoza continued to deny that he had killed or robbed anyone.
But you got to believe me. I wouldn't kill nobody.
What were you doing here?
I told you. Senor Hines, he give me a job to clean up the place and stay here while he go away.
You start this morning?
Si, si.
What time?
Oh, yeah, about dawn.
You live around here?
No. I was coming through with my family. I got a trailer about 10 miles down the road. That's where Mr. Hines picked me up. He asked me if I want a job while he go away on vacation.
Russ wouldn't have gone away without telling me. I know he wouldn't.
All right, Gainer. Just keep out of this, will you? Where were you coming from, Mendoza?
Eagle Pass, senor.
Where were you going?
To Waco. I got a cousin up there. He write me that he got a job for us in the cotton field.
You say Mr. Hines hired you. Did he bring you over here in his car?
Si. He bring me in his car and show me what to do. He feed the chickens and the stock and clean up the blood on the floor.
You sure that blood didn't get there when you killed Hines?
No, Sheriff, no. He said that he got a nosebleed and I am to clean it up.
You were just working here. Why were you trying so hard to keep Mr. Gainer out of the house? So he couldn't see what you were doing?
No. Senor Hines told me to. He said, don't let nobody in the house while I'm gone. Nobody. He keeps saying that.
You claim Mr. Hines went on a vacation. How come his car is still here?
Some friend gonna pick him up and take him to the train. That's what he's saying. Then he walk out the door.
You gonna believe that, Ranger? How about that $40 in his wallet? Yeah, where'd you get that?
Did you take Mr. Hines' wallet?
No, I didn't take it.
Are you sure you didn't throw his wallet out in the field with the rest of the money in it so you could go out and pick it up later?
No, I didn't take nothing.
Where'd you get the $40?
Mr. Hines gave it to me. He gave me pay for 2 weeks.
Russ wouldn't have done that. He'd have given it to me to pay his hands off at the end of each week. I know, because I've done it before.
He did give it to me. He did, I tell you.
Sheriff, let's take Mr. Gainer and this fellow down to your office and get their statements in writing.
Good idea, Chase. Come on, Mendoza.
You taking me to jail?
We sure are.
You take Mendoza in your car, Sheriff. I'll follow along with Mr. Gainer.
Okay, Chase. Over here, Mendoza.
And, Sheriff, better tell your deputies not to let anyone on the ground.
Yeah. Hey, Reimer, you hear that? No one's sitting near the place. This business take long, Ranger?
No, not too long. Here's my car. Get in.
Not that I mind, of course. Heck, I'd do anything to see if that guy gets what he deserves. My stock's got to be fed, and Russ's, too. If I'm going to be in town all day, got to make arrangements for it.
I'll see you get back as soon as possible. Excuse me. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA to Unit 10. Go ahead.
This unit requests lab crew be dispatched immediately to Hines Farmhouse on Farm Road 306, 17 miles north of Lenapaw.
10-4. We'll relay your message to Lab Unit 10.
10-4. If no other traffic, Unit 10 clear.
No other traffic. KDXA Austin.
What do you need a lab crew for when you got the guy?
They'll probably find a lot of things we missed. The more evidence we get, the better.
What's the matter?
Oh, I saw something over there in the brush. Looked like a man.
A man?
Yeah, looked like somebody got up out of the brush and fell back again. Just saw him for a second.
How far off was he?
Right around here, I think. There he is, behind that mesquite.
Hey, that's Russ. Holy cats. Look at the blood on his head.
Must have been left for dead. We better get him to a hospital, and fast.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
At this time of the year, we spend a lot of time out of doors, hiking and camping and on picnic trips in the woods and the mountains. That means more danger of forest fires. This summer, thousands of acres of valuable timberland will be destroyed because of carelessness. And in these days of defense emergency, our natural resources are more vital than ever. It's up to you to be sure that you do not cause the tragedy, the shameful waste brought about by a forest fire. Just follow a few simple rules. Crush out cigarettes, cigar, and pipe ashes. Break matches in two after using them. Drown all campfires, then stir and drown them again. Find out the law before using any kind of fire. Forest fires destroy timber, wildlife, and the water supply. They destroy the natural resources on which our nation depends. So don't be careless for a moment when you're in the mountains or woodlands. Forest fires are our most shameful waste. So remember, only you can prevent forest fires. Now, Act 2 of Tales of the Texas Rangers.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, Cover Up.
Russell Hines had been beaten severely about the head and remained unconscious all the way into town. We got him to the local hospital where he underwent emergency treatment. I phoned the sheriff to come over. 2 hours later, Mr. Hines was conscious and able to talk to us. Sheriff Lee Gaynor and I walked down the corridor toward his room.
I'd sure like to know what that Mexican hit him with.
The doc says it was something round, like a piece of pipe.
When I get my hands on Mendoza, it'll take more than 34 stitches to sew up his head.
You better wait out here, Mr. Gaynor.
Yeah, but I want to see...
Let's not disturb Mr. Hines any more than we have to.
All right.
Go on, Sheriff. Mr. Hines?
Yeah?
We'd like to ask you some questions.
Yes, sir.
You feel better now?
Yeah, lots better.
Can you tell us what happened?
I don't think I can tell you very much.
Well, anything at all will help.
Well, I woke up and heard somebody over by the dresser. All I could see was a flashlight turning on me.
You couldn't see who it was?
No, sir. It was too dark. Besides, I don't see very good without my glasses. I guess he saw I was awake. He came toward me and wham! I got hit over the head. That's all I remember.
You know a fellow by the name of Carlos Mendoza?
Who?
Mendoza.
No, sir, never heard of him.
Well, he claims you hired him to take care of your place.
That's a lot of baloney. I don't have a hired man. Had one, but he had to leave last Tuesday.
Who was he?
A fellow by the name of Phillips. Howard Phillips.
You think he could have done it?
Well, I don't see how. He was too anxious to get off to work in the county rodeo over the 4th of July. He certainly wouldn't be coming back here.
What kind of a man was he?
He was pretty good. Seemed all right. Helped me break a horse.
Was he with you long?
No, just a couple of days.
And you don't know anything about this fellow Mendoza?
No, sir. If he says he works for me, he's crazy.
Well, thanks a lot. We better let you get some rest now. We'll talk to you some more later on.
Okay.
Yeah, looks like this Mendoza boy's going to have to come up with a better story. I mean, since Hines says he never heard of him, Mendoza must have been the one who attacked him.
Could be.
Well, does Russ know anything about this guy Mendoza? No.
Huh, I told you. I told you that lousy cotton picker's just lying to save his own skin.
Sure looks that way. Everything's pointing to him.
Yeah, but just because Mr. Hines doesn't know him doesn't prove Mendoza attacked him.
What do you mean, Jace?
It was something Mr. Hines said that hit me kind of funny, Sheriff. Mr. Gaynor, didn't you tell us it was after 8 when you walked in on Mendoza?
Well, yeah? What's that prove?
Mr. Hines says he was wakened by a flashlight in his eyes. This time of year, it's daylight by 5:30 in the morning.
What are you driving at, Jace?
Well, look, if Mendoza did attack Mr. Hines and drag him out into the brush, why would he come back to the house and still be there 3 or 4 hours later?
Maybe he got scared and come back to wipe up the blood.
It was Mr. Hines' blood. I wouldn't put the finger on Mendoza. Why wouldn't he just keep going?
I don't know, Jace. I may be wrong, but Mendoza's story just don't sound logical.
Well, maybe not. Okay, Mr. Gaynor. We'll take you down to the sheriff's office and get your statement.
Okay.
Mr. Gaynor, your friend tells us he had a hired hand by the name of Howard Phillips working for him a few days ago.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what this Phillips looks like?
Yeah. Tall and skinny, black curly hair. He has a heavy beard.
A big beard?
No, he shaves, but his beard's kind of dark, you know what I mean?
Go on, get in, Mr. Gaynor. You think he could have known about Mr. Hines carrying so much money?
Well, I imagine he could have. Did Russ think it was him?
He didn't seem to think so.
Well, I don't either. And I know for a fact he took off for the county rodeo to Harley on Tuesday. Russ drove him down to the bus depot himself.
You haven't seen him around since?
No, sir.
And it's probably Mendoza. After we got Lee Gaynor's statement, we had a deputy drive him home. We wanted to keep him and Carlos Mendoza as far apart as possible. As soon as he had left, the sheriff brought Mendoza down from the lockup so we could question him again.
In here, Mendoza.
Take this chair by the desk.
Gracias.
Mendoza, we found Mr. Hines.
Oh, you find him?
Yeah. And he says he didn't hire you.
Then he don't tell the truth.
He says he never heard of you, Mendoza.
Then he lies. He said to me to take care of the farm for 2 weeks. He even paid me. Rancher, he lies.
Why would he want to lie?
I don't know, but he hired me, I tell you. He take me there, he show me what to do, and I do it.
And he told you not to let anyone in?
Si.
Had you ever seen Mr. Hines before?
No, senor, never.
Doesn't it seem kind of funny that he'd ask you, a total stranger, to stay in his house and tell you to keep everyone else out?
But he needs somebody. He said that he go on vacation.
And you saw him leave?
Si, senor.
Then you're lying. He can't go anywhere without his glasses, and they were left on the dresser.
Glasses? But Senor Hines don't wear glasses.
The Mr. Hines we know does.
Hey, wait a minute. If Mr. Hines doesn't wear glasses, just what does he look like?
Senor Hines?
Yeah.
Well, he's a big man, about as big as you, but kind of bony. He got black hair.
Jace.
Did he look like he needed a shave?
Si.
You sure?
Oh, I'm positive, senor. Why you ask me this?
It sounds like Howard Phillips, Jace.
It sure does. Maybe when he thought he'd killed Hines, he put Mendoza in the house to take the rap.
Madre de Dios. Then it was not Senor Hines, huh?
I don't think it was, Carlos.
Then Phillips probably never did go to that rodeo.
He might have, and come back last night to steal the money. Could have gone back to the rodeo this morning and used it as an alibi. Let's go to that rodeo and find out. We released Mendoza with the understanding that he'd stay around town to identify Phillips in case he was our man. The county rodeo was being held at Harley, Texas. We got there too late for the afternoon performance. The sheriff and I questioned a couple of hands who suggested we look up a man named J.L. Major. He rented stock to the rodeos all over the state and was supposed to know everyone in the business. They described him as the biggest man with the biggest voice and the biggest cigar in all Texas. And said we could find him in town at the hotel.
There it is, Jace. Other side of the street.
Uh-huh. Let's cross here. I hope this man Major can give us a lead.
Some description we got of this guy, Major.
Should make him easy to spot.
Go ahead, Jace.
Thanks.
Looks like the rodeo crowd's taking over the whole lobby.
Yeah. I think I see Major.
Where?
Sitting on that leather couch, talking to those men.
Oh, yeah. That must be him. Pretty good description at that.
Yeah.
14 men working all day to fill the hole he made.
Pardon me.
That's mighty good, boy.
Are you Mr. Major?
Yeah, sure I am. What can I do for you?
I'm Ranger Pearson. This is Sheriff Buckley. Could we talk to you privately?
Why, sure. Boys, I'll see you later. Got a good story about a holy dancer I want to tell you about. Where did you want to talk?
Let's go over by the stairs.
All righty.
Hey, tell us you know most of the rodeo people in Texas, Mr. Major.
Not most of them, Ranger. All of them. Been renting stock to rodeos for over 28 years. One of you boys got a match?
Yeah, I got some. Here you are.
Thank you, Sheriff. You're looking for somebody?
Yeah, a man named Howard Phillips.
Howard Phillips. Phillips. Sure he's a rodeo man.
Supposed to be working this one over the holidays.
Uh-huh. What's he look like?
Tall, lanky. Usually looks like he needs a shave. Curly black hair.
Phillips. What's his line? Bulls? Cow milking? Bronx?
We don't know.
Can't think of any performers named Phillips. Got another match?
Sure, here you are.
Much obliged. Good cigar. Tall, lanky fella, you say?
That's right.
Yeah, recollect you to know a Wiley Phillips got killed by Braemar. Couldn't be him. Let's see. Howard Phillips, black hair.
Yeah, curly.
Yeah. Maybe Mrs. Major knows him. Dolly? Hey, Dolly.
All right, sugar.
Come over here a minute. Mrs. Major's one of the best trick riders in the business. She'd know anybody I don't know.
Ready to go, honey?
Pretty soon, doll, honey. First, I want you to meet some friends of mine. Ranger Pearson and Sheriff Buckley, is it?
Mm-hmm. Glad to meet you, ma'am.
Howdy.
Howdy, ma'am.
These fellas looking for a big lanky man, curly hair. What color did you say it was?
Black. His name is Howard Phillips, ma'am.
Howard Phillips?
Yes, ma'am. His face is dark, like he needs a shave.
Oh, sure. You know him, honey.
I do?
Yeah, Slim Phillips.
Slim fella?
Yeah.
New fella who works the chutes?
Sure, that's him. Nobody calls him Howard, though.
Why, sure. Tall fella, curly hair.
Oh, that's the
of course, I knew him. Know everybody in the business.
You know where he is now?
No, but he'll be at the rodeo grounds for the evening performance.
We're heading there now. If y'all want to come along, I'll point him out to you.
Thanks, ma'am. We'd appreciate that. We're kind of anxious to meet him. The sheriff and I went out to the rodeo grounds with Mr. and Mrs. Major. Slim Phillips hadn't arrived yet. We stationed a few of the local police outside the grounds and took up positions in the arena by the chutes. Phillips was due to work. Mrs. Major had gone ahead to get her horse and was warming it up for the evening performance.
Look at that woman ride. Bet you never saw nothing like that before, Ranger.
Your wife sure knows how to handle a horse.
Yeah, now watch this. How you go, Dolly? Perfect Russian drag, wasn't it?
It sure was.
It's a beautiful palomino she's got.
Yeah, picked it out myself. Awful good, Dolly, awful good.
Mighty nice, ma'am.
Well, thank you, Ranger. Oh, by the way, I just saw Slim. Told him you wanted to see him.
You did what?
When?
Just now. I yelled to him over by the corral.
Come on, Sheriff.
What's the matter, Ranger?
Well, shouldn't I have told him?
She's long on talent, but short on memory.
Down this way, Sheriff.
Yeah. You see him?
No. There, that must be him, running through the crowd.
Phillips, stop! Where'd he go?
He's in those pens somewhere. Sheriff, you circle around through the crowd and work this way through the pens. Maybe we can flush him out.
Where you be, Chase?
I'll start from the runway and work toward you.
Okay. Watch yourself now, Chase.
Yeah.
Phillips! Stop, Phillips! He's heading for those bulls, Chase!
All right, Phillips. Stay right where you are.
Okay, Ranger. Okay.
You ain't gonna take me! No! Hold it, Phillips! Let go of me! I said hold it!
All right, Ranger. I've had enough. Don't hit me again. Don't hit me.
Get up.
Chase, are you okay?
Yeah, Sheriff. Now, hold out your hands, Phillips.
Framers are getting a little bit edgy, Chase. We better get him out of this pen.
Yeah. So he can walk right into another. Come on.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
Today, there's a continuing lineup of great radio shows on this NBC station with a variety of entertainment features. Later this afternoon, Best Plays will present The Philadelphia Story, Philip Barry's highly successful comedy of manners. Starring in The Philadelphia Story on Best Plays will be Betty Furness, Joan Alexander, and Myron McCormick. In the music department this afternoon, you're invited to keep tuned for a full-hour concert from world-famed Hollywood Bowl. Today's concert will feature Dorothy Warren Scholl, Jan Pierce, and Igor Gorin. Another highly entertaining program today on NBC will be broadcast from Meredith Wilson's Music Room. Meredith will have lovely Esther Williams as his special guest, and I'm sure you'll enjoy hearing them talk about music, swimming, and anything else that happens to pop up in the course of their informal conversation. So for the finest in radio entertainment, be sure to keep tuned to the NBC Radio Network. And now the conclusion of Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, here are the results of the case you have just heard.
Howard Phillips was positively identified by Carlos Mendoza as the man who had hired him and impersonated Russell Hines. On September 9, 1946, he was found guilty of burglary and assault with intent to commit murder. Phillips was sentenced to 15 years in the state penitentiary at Huntsville.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. McCrae is currently seen in San Francisco Story, a Warner Brothers release. In the cast, you heard Tony Barrett as Carlos Mendoza. The role of Mr. Major was portrayed by Paul Frees, and Dolly Major was Betty Lou Gerson. The part of Lee Gaynor was played by Lamont Johnson. Leo Curley was the sheriff, and Lou Krugman was heard as Slim Phillips. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Betty Mears, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Tonight, hear the Hollywood Bowl concert on NBC.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/GAR, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.